time. Uh, well, there we go. After about 5 or 10 attempts, my new live stream decided to work. So apparently, it is not limited to my scheduling. So I'm just having loads of fun with all kinds of technical fun on my end, I suppose. So hopefully, everybody can make their way in and I tried just doing a straight stream this time and seeing if it was my scheduler that was messing up, but apparently that's not the case because it hated my first couple of stream attempts. So no, Ronald, I'm just starting. I thought, oh, if I skip the scheduler this time and just announce it on Facebook and other places, and then just start, it should work. And I had the same problem. I'm staring at myself in a spinning circle because I can't go live. So I've submitted help requests and asked around in the forums and stuff. So I'm waiting on a response. So yeah, apparently it's not the scheduler either. So seems every time I do a stream, I try something else to see if that's the problem, and nothing's worked yet so far. But at least we're up and going, and hopefully people can come in and find me because at least I'm in the right place. So oh, Sega's in the house. Hey man. Just gonna give it a couple minutes to let everybody find their way in. I know I posted on Facebook and a couple other places where I usually post when I'm going to do a stream because, like I said, I was trying to make sure if it was my schedule that was messing up when I tried to connect to a stream, but apparently that's not the case. So it's a learning experience. So anyway, I'm gonna wait a couple minutes to let everybody kind of filter in, and I think YouTube usually sends a little bit of a okay, cool. Melinda just got the notice. Awesome. Hey, Melinda, how are you? I was just telling everybody else I was trying to start a stream a bit differently to see if that was my connection problem, but apparently it's not. So, still trying to figure out why I did. Oh, yeah. If you subscribe to my channel, you can definitely click the bell and it'll give you a notification. I forgot to mention that, but that's the lovely notification bell. But getting Ronald already getting it started. Yes, I know. I typically sound like a crotchety old man, AK, or very stuffy old film professor. But I have seen talking about John Wick specifically. I did see the first two. I've not seen 3 yet. It came to my local area where they just finally installed a Dolby Cinema location, and I was all excited to go to that. And I couldn't make it the opening weekend, and it was there a day and a half before it got thrown out by the Aladdin remake. So, needless to say, my chance to get to see it in Dolby Atmos was quickly cut short. So, plus it's that theater is about 35-40 minutes away from me, and of course more expensive, but I was going to do it because I was so determined to finally see a Dolby Cinema screening. But that didn't happen. So I've been meaning to pick that up on Blu-ray and check it out. I mean, like I said, I've seen the first 2, and they're fun, and I really enjoy seeing Keanu in most everything, with one notable exception, which I'm sure I don't have to name, but since it's October and it's the perfect time anyway, of course I'm talking about Count Dracula. I am like Jonathan like Harker. I am here to sell you Carfax Abbey. But I still love them to death. But they're fun. My thing is they feel, at least for my own personal taste, they feel too much like a one-shot graphic novel where it's really cool and really stylized and all this stuff, but at the end of the day the story is not the most important focus, which kind of keeps me from like really getting into them like everybody else. But I admire how they're put together, and I really enjoy the sound mixes, and I've rewatched the first one a couple times at home because that's a really nice disc to test out your speakers, have as a nice demo title, and because it's Lionsgate, they're super cheap, and of course now are out in 4K. So I need to grab the third one and check that out. Sega got bored of the action by the third. Man, if you get bored of the action in John Wick, what is there left? Okay, so kind of gave it a pass. Okay. Yeah, I kind of forgot about it, to be honest. I really wanted to see it when it came out because anytime there's any action that's halfway decent and it isn't completely 100% CG, then I'm like, okay, I guess I'm on board. But I kind of lost a bit of interest when I did when it was in the brand new Dolby Cinema location for literally not even the whole weekend before it got bumped out by the awful Aladdin remake. So, yes, horror theme night. Yeah, I'm trying to do every show I do in October. I'm trying to do at least. Of course, I could do horror all the live long day, but then we'd be here for ages and ages. And I'm trying to keep my streams down a bit from because the last couple ones have just been like unintentional epic marathon sessions. By the end of those, like especially if you go back in the replays, by like hour 5, my voice is really starting to get a little bit dry, and I run out of water, and I really start to just get like, ugh. But I'm trying to do at least a theme. So this week I figured it, since we talked about Universal last week, the next logical choice is Hammer. And again, like last week, because there's simply so many Hammer horror titles and across different genres, I'm basically gonna do something similar to what I did last week, where I kind of do a chronological run through. And of course, I don't have time to talk in detail about every single title, but at least talk about the important ones and some of the series and some of the important talent. And because Hammer horror basically falls into about you could really kind of run it any way you wanted, but there's roughly about 3 distinct periods of the Hammer horror cycles, and it goes along the time spread. So you have the first wave essentially that started with, you could argue with the Quatermass experiment, but essentially starts with The Curse of Frankenstein in 1957 and goes up until probably 1960-61. And all this is very, it's not really defined. It's just what a lot of people kind of go by, and it basically ties into their production styles. And then the Hammer output of the early to mid 60s would be the second period, when they were doing things like shooting 2 films at once and doing back-to-back productions. And then the third period was basically the what you could call the long, slow decline, as they started to have more competition and had to start doing more and more things to keep up with said competition and stuff like that. So I'll kind of go through those 3 kind of periods, because that basically gives you a good overview of how Hammer horror started, what it was rooted in, its successes, its highs, and then kind of what happened in the aftermath. But so anyway, and I figured I'd do another either probably the next 2 weeks. I figured it would be easiest and also the ideas to cover the most would be, I wanted to do a stream on Vincent Price, of course, which would also include the Roger Corman Poe series and all the AIP films. So it's not just Vincent, but it would also be, getting into Roger Corman and then the various AIP films and horror films and spinoffs. And then I also wanted to do a show on Val Lewton. And the Val Lewton horrors, and then some of the films inspired directly by the Lewton RKO horrors. So, and then, of course, if I have time, do another show of just like all the others that don't fit into those categories that I think are great. So stuff like the MGM horrors of the 30s, those amazing 2-strip Technicolor horrors, Dr. X and Mystery of the Wax Museum, and just other things in between, like, of course, the original Wicker Man, things like that don't exactly fit into a studio or a viewer of a director or actor or something, So basically, that's kind of where I'm at, and I wanted to do everything in the month of October because, like a lot of other people, I binge and overload on classic horror so much in October that I'm always beating myself up that I don't have enough time to rewatch everything. So then I'm usually watching classic horror films all the way up till Thanksgiving. So it's like most people cram it all into October. I start in October and I can't finish. So then everybody's starting and putting all the Thanksgiving stuff up and getting the turkeys ready and stuff. And I'm like, it's not time yet. I'm in Satanic Rites of Dracula. It's the last. It's the penultimate Hammer Dracula. I still got to do Legend of the 7 Golden Vampires. Can we wait? Can we wait? But anyway, that's just how my kind of kooky brain works. I don't just all keep it in October. So anyway, Brian dropped in. Hey, man. Yes, absolutely. The absolutely famous, or some might call infamous, Bray studio of the 50s and 60s. And it still amazes me that the main house building is still standing. And if you wanted to, you could technically go there. I know they've had like some I think some conventions and some get-togethers, and they've had some of the classic Hammer stars come together for those. And I've seen some pictures of some of those, and it's just really, really interesting to see everybody back and the building's still there. And of course, it's amazing all that they did in a tiny little makeshift studio built off of an estate house for next to nothing, with basically their own hand-built repertory company of talent, crew, and stars that they basically built it all up from scratch by hand. So a horror combination, John Wickerman. That would be interesting.
I'm looking for a lost little girl. She was last Wait, what do you teach the kids in here? Whoa. I don't get this place.
I guess that Keanu in the Wicker Man sequel to the absolutely horrifyingly awful Nicolas Cage remake from, what was it, 2006? I think the Wicker Man remake was. It was either 06 or 07, but yeah, they could do a sequel to that and make it purposefully funny, and just put Keanu in there. That would be strange. They shouldn't listen to my live streams because I come up with wacky ideas that are so wacky somebody might just do it. So maybe I shouldn't say these things. Yes. When I get into the video section, admittedly, I don't have a whole lot of Hammer that I still physically own, because they partner with so many different studios and the rights are all over the place. And of course, transfers vary like crazy. It hasn't really been until recently that we've seen a rash of truly great releases, and then a lot of the older ones went in and out of print. So when I started really getting into Hammer as a kid, it was very difficult to obtain these titles. And it wasn't really until the Anchor Bay Laserdisc pretty late in the game, in the mid to late 90s, when we started getting really good letterboxed editions with correct audio and good transfers and extras and commentaries. And they carried those over onto DVD. But of course, that kind of ran to the point where I don't know if it was Anchor Bay went out of business first, so they lost some of the rights first, but I think it was a combination of the two. And then all that stuff went out of print, because I remember going to, what was it? I think I remember seeing the releases in stores, and they were a bit pricey, and I could never afford them. And I really wanted the ones that I had seen first, and then they disappeared. And then I was in a Borders one day, which tells you how long ago this was. And it was a store that had Hammer DVDs on the shelf that had just not been sold. And I got so excited. They were so expensive. And here I was, just, a young, I think I was probably about 12, 13 at the time. It was like, I only had like a little bit of money in my pocket. I could only afford one of them, and it killed me. And of course, I went back later and they were all gone. And, but that's one of the discs I've cherished for a while. Now it's not necessarily as important, because newer, better releases are finally coming out. And this year, especially for classic horror, has been insane. Like, it's like the floodgates have opened, but you can't even keep up with the number of releases and the high costs and stuff. So I've gotten a couple of them. So I am behind on getting a lot of the foreign Hammer releases, because now Shout Factory has started licensing a lot of them and doing them like 2 or 3 at a time. And so I've been holding back for a while to see if certain films would get better transfers, new extras. And it seems like Shout Factory is doing each title much better than other releases. So every time they come out with a new Hammer disc, it's pretty much the best one we've gotten so far. This year alone, they've done I think about 5 or 10 Hammer horrors, and they're all great. But of course, they have that lovely Shout Factory pricing. So they're about 20-30% higher than a lot of other releases. So so far, I've read up on all of them, read the reviews, but I've only got like 1 or 2 of them so far, because again, if I could afford all of them, I'd get them in a heartbeat. But actually, that reminds me, it's also kind of funny that like right now this week there's so many sales going on for DVD and Blu-ray and 4K. It's kind of insane. Of course, Criterion is running their flash sale right now. Their entire website is half off, I think, through tomorrow at noon. So that's today. Shout Factory has a Halloween sale going that started yesterday. There's a lot of pretty good discounts on there. Kino Lorber just announced their horror sale yesterday, so that's running, and there's a number of pretty good sales on certain titles there. There's some good stuff on Hamilton Books in their last batch of uploads. There's some pretty, there's not any like great deals on Amazon, but a couple things are marked down, but they haven't started any like specific Halloween sales. They don't always do one of those, but like last year they had a lot of titles go on sale, and they usually kind of mark some stuff down like closer to the 31st. And then what else was it? There's another. Oh, Amazon UK. A lot of the really good British Region B titles. Since I finally went region free, I'd been meaning to pick up a lot of discs, like some Masters of Cinema titles and some of the Foreign Hammer releases that are better transfers and stuff. So a lot of those are on sale. So every time I started to stack up my shopping cart and pick and choose what I could afford, somebody else announced a sale, and then somebody else announced a sale, and somebody else announced a sale, and it's like my wallet can't do this. Like I can't keep up, guys. So I'm having to pick and choose. But if you are trying to stock up your horror library or your Criterion library right now is the time. Check any of those out. And hopefully you can pick up some decent deals because a lot of this stuff only goes on sale like once or twice a year, especially the horror titles. So, and the Shout Factory one's actually quite large. Usually their sales aren't that great, but even those really awesome Universal horror collections are on sale, but they're still $50 a pop, which is kind of, I mean, it's great they're doing them, and I really want them, but $50 a pop for 4 movies that are barely an hour long is a bit high. It's and plus they retail for like $70 or $79 or something, which is even worse. But yeah, hopefully I can. I really want to get Volume 1 to see The Raven and the Black Cat most of all. But anyway, I just figured I'd mention that since it just seems like everybody's decided to have their sales all at once. So yeah, and Criterion's flash sale, it's already crashed the site a couple times because when I clicked on the link just to see it, the site was already crashed, and I think it's crashed like once or twice today. So everybody's getting their Criterion on. So with that out of the way, I guess now is the portion of the show where I will go through recent finds, pickups for the collection, and it's an interesting grouping. I got in some of the horror titles I had ordered online, so part of this is stuff I've just been waiting for to come in, and then just the usual bit of randomness that I come across. Let's see where to start. I'll start with the finds from the local shop. They had one of their really awesome sidewalk sales where they just put a ton of stuff out front, and it's like basically it's like a yard sale, but they put everything out from comics to CDs, LPs, 45s, VHS tapes, DVDs, Blu-rays, you name it. And everything outside is usually between 25 and 50 cents. So usually when I go through there, I just kind of, rifle through everything and see if anything looks interesting. And usually it's just a mix of stuff. But yeah, this time I found some really interesting pieces. And so I'll just go through these pretty quickly because I picked up a stack of these. So I don't really collect comics, but there are certain comics that I am trying to collect for, certain characters and things that have never been republished or collected. And usually I go for like the collected trade versions, but they had just boxes and boxes of comics, all for literally like 25 cents each or 50 cents. So I picked up a number of different things. So I've never actually read any original Dick Tracy. So this is I think it's a collection of probably 2 or 3 stories, and I think this was published back in 1990, so I'm not sure when the original stories were written. But this is a collected comic of classic Chester Gould, Dick Tracy stories. And I've always wanted to read more and more of classic pulp era fiction and comics. So this was, and it's in really great shape with great color and stuff. So, and a number of these were bagged and boarded. So that's even cooler and easier to handle. And this one I knew was a comic, but I've never read it. I've of course played the game several times before because it's absolutely fantastic. It's really the fourth indie film that we never really got. So of course I'm talking about Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. This is the fourth. I think there were only 4 issues of the official comic adaptation, but as you can see, absolutely fantastic artwork. And I'll have to pick up the other 3. I've seen these before, and there may be a collected trade version, but this is in perfect shape and was literally just a few cents. And if you've never played the game, even if you're not into point and click early DOS adventure games, I definitely give it a shot. It's essential for all indie fans because it's basically the 4th indie movie that, because Crystal Skull didn't happen. This one's a really cool find because these are not easy to come by. This is the Marvel official movie adaptation. It's unfortunately not complete. It's part 1 of 2, but there were not many comic adaptations of the series, but this is one of them. So this is the volume 1 of the For Your Eyes Only Marvel adaptation, which has some really interesting art. And it's also really cool to see how Marvel adapted the Roger Moore era. And some of it works well, and then some of it's just really interesting to see with a much more vibrant color. So I'm going to have fun reading through this. Like I said, only a few films got adapted for comics. Dr. No did back, of course, in 1962. But outside of that, I think For Your Eyes Only, and I think maybe one other one. I don't know if it was Octopussy or A View to a Kill got adapted as a comic. So that's really cool to find. Then I've mentioned this before, but ever since I found one of the Johnny Quest comics from the Comico series, excuse me, I've been trying to find the rest of them because over the years I've become kind of a Johnny Quest fanatic, especially for the original series. And these have never been republished or collected. So I think there's about, I want to say it's 20 or 25. It's a decent number. So there's 20 some odd of the regular comics, and then 3 special annuals. So they had 3 mixed in. So here is issue 7, and all of these just have absolutely gorgeous art. Some of them were actually drawn and written by the original creator of the series, Doug Wildey, which his signature is down here, if you couldn't tell. So this is basically the closest thing we've ever gotten to a continuation of the original 60s series. And again, the artwork is a wraparound and just, I mean, absolutely gorgeous. And these have never been collected in a trade version. So I'm on a quest to find and complete a set of these. And they had book 8, again, with fantastic art. That's also pretty darn grisly, I have to say. So it's definitely very Johnny Quest in terms of the darkness is not dialed down. And then this is the 3rd annual, and all the art in this one was also done by Doug Wildey. He did the art for all of the annuals, I believe. And the annuals were comic versions of specific episodes from the original series. So this is the adaptation of Werewolf of the Timberland. And again, absolutely gorgeous art in these, but this especially. And it's not often that the original series creator gets to come back and literally rewrite an entire episode in comic book form. And these are in great shape, and even for the regular ones, they're not super expensive. Let me show you how it looks inside. I mean, it's just gorgeous. Very, very reminiscent of the original series, of course. And then they had a number of comics regarding the Phantom and the Shadow, who are my 2 favorite 30s pulp characters, and 2 characters that was introduced to from the 1990s movie adaptations, and basically any story, comic, whatever I come across for either one of them, I just snap up and start reading through. So I really don't have a huge background in either one, but I'm a huge fan of both. So whatever I find, I'm like, I have to read it. So I picked up a number of DC Phantom comics. This was when DC was doing the Phantom here in the US, and all have really awesome covers and are actually very nicely bagged and boarded. So I'm gonna have a lot of fun reading through these. And again, this was a very nice surprise because those things are just filled with completely random items. And then apparently they switched over to the Moonstone comic line, and they have a much more airbrushed art style, but they also look really, really cool. So these will be a lot of fun. And then here are the 3 Shadow comics I picked up. The first one is a DC comic, and there were several different Shadow runs under the DC imprint, but I'm just really kind of jumping around and jumping into whatever I come across. And then they did a number of Shadow comics at Dark Horse, which is probably in the mid 90s or so. So, and again, the artwork looks really fantastic. So I'm just kind of jumping in with these and just reading for the sheer fun of it. And this really cool one that is a throwback to the classic pulp style cover of the 1930s pulps. So that was the big old stack of comics that I picked up. And of course, I did not intend to get any comics. They just found their way to me, and I was like, I have to get these. I don't have a rack for comics. I need a comic box now. And then moving on to, this is mostly actually horror related, believe it or not. So, and it wasn't intended that way; it just kind of happened. So to start with the non-horror, I did finally pick up a really good picture that most people are kind of unaware of. It's a really kind of old-fashioned action picture, and it has a big Bond pedigree. So of course, I had to see it at a very young age, and it was released on a lot of crappy public domain transfers for a while, just like the similar film Gold from 1974. But now they have good Blu-rays out there for both of them. So this is the Shout Factory release of Shout at the Devil, which was directed by Peter Hunt, starring Roger Moore and Lee Marvin, and is a fantastic old school two-fisted adventure picture. And if you love Roger Moore as much as I do, it's always great to see him in his few really good higher budgeted non-Bond features, because after a certain point, he really didn't do a whole lot of features outside the series. And there's not really a lot of, I don't think there are any extras on here, but this is the only good release in widescreen, has the original audio track, and is a pretty good HD transfer for what it is. So this film has had crappy transfers for years. I have the Laserdisc, which is quite rare, but it's pan and scan, and they actually give you a pressed DVD copy. So, and it's also not super expensive. It's usually less than $15. This one was kind of inspired by some of my original streams, specifically the Canon film stream that I did, because you guys insisted, and it was a fun time. And me being such super persnickety film geek, actually going into Canon films, it feels a bit wrong, but I mean, they're fun in a way. But this was super cheap, and I got the, it's listed as the Bronson collection, but it's Death Wish 2, 3, and 4. And they are all MGM press discs with, I think they all have, let's see. Okay. I know, okay, 4 has the original mono track, but then the others are 5.1 remixes, but they're all decent HD transfers. And this thing was literally less than the cost of manufacturing these discs. It was literally less than $3 for the whole thing. So I figured, I could rewatch these because I haven't seen them all the way through in a very long time, and check out the HD versions. So, and I know Shout Factory has done Death Wish 2 with, I think, I think it's uncut, and so it doesn't have some censoring, and has a couple special features. But again, for the price, you can find some of these things at. It's ridiculously cheap. It's less than the cost of the discs themselves. And last for the non-horror, because I'm completely obsessed with this movie, and they had a bunch of VHS tapes out, and they were literally a few cents each. And I'm like, if I don't get this, it's just gonna find its way into a trash bin, and it will be a sad, lost, lonely little VHS tape. So I really didn't need this, but I have this movie on many formats and releases, and I'm completely obsessed with it. So I was like, well, I can just get it on VHS. Of course, I'm talking about John Frankenheimer's 1998 masterpiece, Ronin, which here is sold under the old school MGM Contemporary Classics banner. But of course, has the fantastic poster artwork that I've always loved. Simple, much more spine that's made to look like MGM's adult contemporary dramas, which this should have been under the action banner, if anything. But yeah, I got Ronin on VHS because I didn't have it on tape, so I had to get it, and it has the original insert. So if you participate in MGM's frequent buyer program, here's the original insert with the super classic fill out your let's see, this one says fill out and include a check or money order for $3.50. Oh wow, this isn't too bad. This was actually select a free video if you include $3.50 and the proof of purchases. So this is actually a decent mail off card. It's not just one of the junk empty response ones. And as always, I wonder what would happen if I filled this out and included 6 proofs of purchase from VHS tapes. Be like, oh yes, can I have my free VHS tape of you know what? I'd really like my VHS tape of Blue Steel because I have the rest. So can I get that, MGM? Oh, you're not doing it anymore because actually there's no expiration date on here. So usually there's an expiration date, but there's not one. And there's also a insert for if you look on specially marked bottles of water, you could win a family trip to Hollywood courtesy of MGM. So I'm sure, like everybody else, I get such a kick out of finding these things in various video releases because this type of stuff, this type of advertising doesn't really happen so much anymore. And a lot of it, of course, is extremely dated. So I get a kick out of that. Now onto the horror side. This was a really nice find. 2 of these films are out on Blu-ray. I don't think the third one is, but they're on specialty labels and are, of course, very pricey. And this volume is not as common as the first one. So this was actually at the local Big Lots where they, dump or DVDs and Blu-rays go to have their final a bargain finale in their short lives on the shelf. But this was mixed in. There was only one copy of it. And I was like, what is this doing here? And it was marked down because sometimes when things sit there for a while, they just mark them down so you can get Blu-rays for $1.50 or $3. So I picked up it's from the old Fox Cinema Classics collection banner, which is when they started trying to do a lot of special features and spiffed up transfers for any classic era title. But this is the Horror Classics Volume 2 to go with the Volume 1 with things like the remake of The Lodger. So these films really are not horror films. Fox really doesn't have a lot of horror classics or horror titles from their classic library, but they did these 2 sets up and tried to sell them as horror films. And they were titles that really hadn't been available. So it was really great. They were getting out there and got extras, but it's kind of funny that they marketed them as horror titles. So Chandu the Magician is a really great early Lugosi title. And then Dragon Wick is probably the first really good picture where Vincent Price has a leading role, because up to that point he would always have the supporting role, even in good films. But Dragon Wick is really the first one where you see him really carry the film, and there are all these dark gothic overtones. So people kind of label it as horror, but it's not really. It's more of a costume movie. And Dr. Renault's Secret is kind of much more on the horror vibe, but I've never actually seen it, so it'll be interesting to see it. And all of them have, I think all of them have special features. Let's see. I want to make sure before I say anything. Yeah, they all have featurettes, and then Dragonwick and Chandu the Magician both have commentaries. So this is a really nice little set to pick up, and there are some great special features. And again, I got this for $3 as opposed to getting just these two on Blu-ray. Chandu is a Kino title, and Dragonwick is Twilight Time. So this is significantly cheaper, and probably they made HD masters for these, and that's what got used for the Blu-rays most likely. Oh no! You start dropping stuff when you have too much stuff stacked up. Then I also picked up. They had a bunch of horror titles at the local store after I went through the sidewalk sale outside. I think somebody traded in a collection of horror discs. It was mostly slasher titles and much more modern oriented. But I did pick up. They had this nice copy of the old Warner's Karloff and Lugosi collection, which is for much more obscure, much more cheaply made, not as well revered Karloff and Lugosi titles, but they're all really interesting. I've rented this before, and this still has the slipcover, which is pretty cool because I didn't even realize this had one. And it's on 2 press discs and is now sadly out of print. So Warner Archive still sells it, but it's on DVD-Rs. So if you want the press disc, you'll have to track down this original set. And it's I think it goes for about at least $20 or $30 on eBay. And then of course the Amazon listing says like $90 or something ridiculous, because that's what people try to sell them for. And then let's see. I believe there's commentaries. Yeah, there's 2 commentaries on here, and all these commentaries are usually by the same group of the really great horror historians. So they're very, very great, informative, and fun listens. And another thing I didn't exactly need, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to regret if I don't get this. Since I did the big talk on Universal Horror last week, and every Universal Horror release usually has a difference somewhere. This was with the other horror discs and was literally, like dirt cheap and not super common. So I picked up the original double feature DVD release from 2001 of Dracula's Daughter and Son of Dracula. And these are not super common. Universal did these double pairings of some of the horror sequels. This one, and then they did one with Son of Frankenstein, Ghost of Frankenstein, and then they did one for one each for the Mummy sequels. But this one in particular, Dracula's Daughter, has different credits in the opening on this release for some reason. So that's a difference right off the bat. And anytime I can get another version of classic Universal Horror, I'm just going to go ahead and grab it because I know there's probably a difference somewhere, and it's fun to compare transfers because they're all different. So it's in the same style as the 1999 DVDs, but these were never included in the full box set. They only did the main films in those. And it's a single disc, so you just select the feature. But again, these are some of the least common DVDs available because they were quickly replaced by the 2004 Legacy DVDs. And while most of those were identical to these, they weren't always identical. Some were new, some were older transfers. So again, every time Universal brings their classic horrors out, you kind of have to check it against all the other versions. And again, it's in perfect shape and was literally, like $1.50. So I was like, I'm gonna regret it because if I try to find it again for those for that opening credit difference, it'll probably be like some listing on eBay and it'll be like $25, and I'm like, I could have had it for $1.50. Why didn't I? And last but not least, I did pick up. These are what came in. These were 3, all from Screen Factory, 3 classic horrors that have come out this past year that I've just been really wanting to pick up, and all fantastic restorations and cleanup jobs. So the first one is very much like their release of Dracula Prince of Darkness, with a new transfer and custom art in a slipcase and their collector's edition series. So this is the fantastic film Frankenstein Created Woman, in the new Scream Factory release, and the transfer on this is head and shoulders above all previous ones. It's a brand new scan. It looks fantastic. There's a new commentary and brand new extras on here, and then this gorgeous custom art that was commissioned for this release. And you have to get these pretty early on to get the slipcover, because apparently they like to dump those pretty quick. And this same art is included on the sleeve, but they were also nice enough to include a reversible with the original art, which of course I flipped around to get that on there, because I'm a big stickler for original art if I can maintain it. And the rear cover is the same, so it actually fits in with the slip cover if you put this back on. So that's a really nice touch. So yeah, this is one of the essential Hammer discs so far. It beats the pants off of every other version of this. This has been out on Blu-ray before here, but that's now out of print. And there are foreign releases that were good, but this one wipes the floor with all the other ones. So if you love this film as much as I do, pick up this Scream Factory release. But again, they're a bit pricier. I got this on sale, so I have to wait and pick and choose, because Scream discs are expensive. And that's why I just got these two, which I've been dying to get. Scream started doing some of the other classic file Luton horrors, and they've been doing them one at a time. And brand new scans, primarily done through or conjunction with Warner Brothers, because I was hoping these would come out on the Warner Archive. Criterion did Cat People, and now Scream has done 3 titles. I have 2 here, and I'm hoping to get the 3rd. And they were supposed to do more, but they seem to have postponed it. But since they're doing so many classic horror titles this year, I can kind of understand why, because the Hammer titles alone, they're just cranking them out. They've got more coming out next month. They've got more coming in December. They've already got 2 announced for January. And it's like, dang, how do you guys do it? But anyway, so the 2 Luton titles that I picked up from Scream Factory are the 3rd film in the cycle, which was the last directed by Jacques Tourneur, which is The Leopard Man, which is a really underrated film. But the story is not exactly the strongest, but the atmosphere is just as strong as the other Luton horrors. And this was the 3rd and final film directed by Jacques Tourneur, and after Cat People and I Walked with a Zombie. And it's a brand new, I believe all these scans for the Lutons are 4K scans from the best available elements. And compared to the old DVDs, which were mostly pretty strong, but they were pretty outdated too, these are just night and day. Doesn't even begin to describe the jump in quality. And this one has original lobby card art on the inner, which is really cool. The problem with these is, of course, these films are, again, barely over an hour. So charging the full, $20, $25 full retail price for these that are hardcore horror nerd titles that are pre-code and pre-code, usually about 70, 75 minutes long. It's kind of a harder sell. Usually these are all packaged in a box set like the DVDs. But there is a new commentary on here, and the DVD commentary by Billy Friedkin is ported over. So just a fantastic release. I'm so happy these are finally coming to Blu-ray. And of course, I had to pick up the Cat People sequel. That's not exactly a Cat People sequel. The Incredible Curse of the Cat People. Again, from Scream Factory. Again, a 4K scan of best available elements. Again, they very nicely used the original artwork. And here, what's really cool, I'll show you the disc first, but to show you the back, it's not any poster material, but it's an absolutely gorgeous shot from the iconic backyard ghostly apparition visits to the young child who's the lead character of the film. And if you've never seen this is not really a horror film. It has horror elements in it, but it's definitely not a direct sequel to Cat People, which Luton did not want to make. So he basically uses as an excuse to make a film that's one of the most beautiful films about the struggles of childhood. This is one of the best films about childhood. Period. It's intelligent far beyond its years. Child psychologists love to hold this film up as a great example of how kids' minds can work, and it's just absolutely brilliant and really, really touching in a very direct way. And it looks gorgeous on here. And again, has a number of new extras, and then the DVD commentary is poured over. So again, if you're into Luton, these are must owns. If you're into horror, these are must owns. But again, because they're shorter run times and they have the full Screen Factory price, it can be a bit kind of a turnoff to most people coming in going like, I don't want to pay $25 for a movie that's 70 minutes long. But again, if you wait like I did and get them when they're on sale, then you could, chip away a little bit here and there. Yeah, starring Kent Smith and Curse of the Cat People. Yeah, I mean, and they were nice enough to bring back original cast members from Cat People, so it is a sequel, but it isn't at the same time. And yeah, as Christopher says, thanks for dropping in, everybody. Yeah. All the Lutons are important. All nine. The three Karloff films, they're all great, and that's why I'll do a Luton show in the upcoming future. And so yeah, that's it for the horror pickups. And I'm trying to get a couple more things. Like I said before, I think what I'm going to do is finally get a couple Region B titles, and it'll probably take a little bit of time to for them to make their way over. But I've been trying to save up a bit so I could. Every year, every Halloween, I try to get a couple more classic horror titles that I've been needing or been waiting to get. So then that way I can chip away at the huge list. So let's see. Yeah. All right. Last but not least, because we have to have Laserdiscs in here somewhere, because it's always laser time. So since my stream on John Milius, I've been wanting to do it to dig into some of the other titles that I either haven't seen or haven't seen in a long time. I've seen part of this before, but it's been a while, and I don't think I've ever seen the whole thing. So I found the widescreen version of Flight of the Intruder. So I've seen the pan and scan version all the time, but I've been trying to find this widescreen one. And since there was a store sale, this was literally $1. So I was like, okay, it's Milius time. So anyway, I'll check this out. And usually early 90s Paramount discs like this, especially of what were then modern titles, are pretty good for the format. And it has a Dolby Stereo surround track. So that should replicate the theatrical experience pretty well. And the jacket art's pretty nice, but you got to be careful because most of the times you find the pan and scan version, not the widescreen one. And case in point, this is a common disc that I've gotten to replace the pan and scan copy I accidentally got. So I wouldn't have gotten this because it's common, but I don't see it too often where I am, and usually it's super beat up. But this one's still in the shrink wrap, and it's actually widescreen, so I can finally dump my pan and scan copy that's just been gathering dust. But I picked up the letterbox copy of Congo, which is a film I was really looking forward to revisiting because I don't know if I'd ever seen it like quite all the way through. I remember the trailers when I was a kid. I remember seeing at least part of it on TV, either on cable, and I remember I've played the pinball machine based on it, but I've never actually seen the film all the way through. And I got the Laserdisc in a lot, and I was like, oh, cool, I get to finally see this, and it'll be fun to crank up the AC3 track. And then I go to put it in, and I'm like, something's not right here. And then I see the dreaded pan and scan notice on the back, and I'm like, no! So I've been waiting till I found a nice letterbox copy. So this one is in great shape and still has the THX sticker on here. So, and again, it's got AC3 and Dolby Surround. So I'll finally get to check out this Laserdisc pressing and not have to deal with the pan and scan version. Been in my I need to watch this pile for 6 months. Oh man. I start watching something, or I start on a cycle of films, or I start on like watching all the things by an actor or director or writer or producer or actress or something. And then I never get to finish it. And then I start another cycle and another one. And then like my little side table next to my seating area, I put the case or whatever I'm watching on it, and then usually a coaster with my water cup or whatever, and then it just grows and it grows, and then one stack becomes two, becomes three, becomes four, and then I'm like, doggone it, I totally forgot. I forgot where I left off. Oh my gosh, Brian talking about Good Times Video. I think that was a way a lot of us first saw a lot of titles. Like, and it wasn't just Good Times. There were some other like more public domain era, well, not public domain, but they acted like public domain video companies. But Good Times did a lot of silent films. They did a lot of early Hollywood, and I remember that was my first copy of the 1925 Phantom of the Opera. So I first saw Cheney's The Phantom on my Good Times VHS. My first copy of The Third Man was actually a Good Times VHS tape, oddly enough. It was the American version with Joseph Cotton narrating the opening. And I think the American version also is cut by a minute. There's like a couple cuts that Selznick wanted made to get the runtime down. So I think it's missing like a tiny bit, but that was the first way I saw The Third Man, which I mean, for the time, it was a decent tape, and I was a budding young film enthusiast, and I could only afford what random tapes were marked down. And I was like, oh, I can finally watch this movie, The Third Man, I've always heard about. And I watched it, and it absolutely destroyed my young mind. And I watched it another 100 times. It was not until years later I realized I was watching the wrong version. And I was like, oh, crap. But what are you going to do when you're like 8 or 9 years old and they're like, hey, you can buy this copy for like $3? And I'm like, whoa. So I had a number of Good Times videotapes over the years. And even though they looked super cheapy on the covers in terms of the art design, and the backs were just literally text and a logo, like they were super generic. At least from my recollection, the ones I had were not really all that bad. Considering, I was watching on a crappy VCR on a small CRT, and like the smaller den, so not in the living room where the big TV was. But I would get access to the small TV with the little VCR. So it was like I think it was like a little 20-inch CRT, and that was the way I saw so many things for the first time, was on that little VCR. Or when we first got our second small, well, we got cable, and then when they first started letting you get the little secondary box to have it in a second room, which nowadays you get the little tiny aux boxes with the just the basic coaxial feed, but back then that was just like so I could go in the back and watch TCM when everybody else wanted to watch, whatever. And so just be by myself watching TCM on a little tiny crappy CRT or whatever VHS tapes I could come across. But yeah, I have good memories of Good Times Video, actually. But again, not probably the way to see things for the first time. But again, on a little old CRT, on a not so good old VCR, is actually pretty good. And most importantly, they were cheap, so I could afford them. Yeah, I think they probably went bankrupt, Brian. I'm pretty sure. I've never heard. I should look that up now. That brings up a lot of memories. I totally remember my Phantom tape. Like, that was one of the few Good Times videos where it actually, the cover art was the whole front. It wasn't just like the little tiny square, obviously copied from a photo. So let's see who else dropped in. A-Track 10th house. Hey man. So A-Track and Christopher, thanks for dropping in. Let's see, what else did I miss? A-Track's playing classic Doom and Turok. Wow. I played Turok on the 64 once, but that was many, many years ago. Let's see. Alrighty. So I think I'm roughly caught up. So yeah, Pan and Scan. No. Yeah, if anybody needs a Pan and Scan copy of Congo, let me know, because apparently it's much rarer. And I looked it up on the database, and like the only copy is selling for like $15, and I'm like, okay, I thought this would be worthless. But yeah, the regular one's like a common dollar or $2 disc, but the pan and scan one apparently, because I know some people really like pan and scan disc for whatever strange reason. But yeah, so if anybody wants a pan and scan version, let me know, because otherwise I'm just gonna throw it up somewhere and see if anybody wants it. But I'd feel, yeah, apparently it's worth a lot more. Again, why I don't know. I guess because they made less of them. Oh man, going from pan and scan finally to widescreen. Oh my gosh. I had that happen so many times as a kid. And that's what really made me realize what the words and the terminology meant. And for a little while, I can't remember when certain channels started airing things letterboxed, but they would do it as like a special presentation. AMC used to do that a lot, where they'd be like, "And tonight we're going to show this movie, but finally it's going to be in widescreen. Whoa, feel the difference." And I remember seeing that and then going, "Oh, that's like those weird VHS tapes I have that say deluxe and have the weird shaped picture and the black bars and stuff." And of course, I was very young at the time, but that started to, unlock the doors in my brain to say, "Hey, this is what it's actually supposed to look like. You're missing a lot." And I remember the one that made me notice the most, actually, right off the bat was, and it's not something known for its widescreen photography, but it actually should be, because it's very well photographed, and that's Thunderball. When I finally saw Thunderball in widescreen, there's one particular sequence that made no sense on the pan and scan version, and it's when Bond is walking through shrublands at night, and they're smuggling the body in, and when he discovers the body hidden on the traction table. Um, what you don't see in the pan and scan version is Count Lippe standing behind the curtains on the extreme right of frame, screwing the silencer on his pistol. And you also aren't able to make out the shadow of the guy coming up behind in the window as clearly, because literally the sides are chopped off. And that's a sequence where they use the extreme edges of the frame. So as a kid, I was always very confused. And so when I saw that, it was just like the little light bulb went off. And then after that point, I was like, I refuse to see anything pan and scan ever again, as long as I shall live. And it is insane they ever did this. And then I quickly realized that they did it because people thought they were losing information, and just because it should be letterbox does not mean that all things will be properly letterboxed. So there's still things actually stuck in pan and scan, unfortunately. But yeah, that was what did it. But yeah, going from pan and scan on certain titles to widescreen, it was just like it was a complete head explode moment. Brian's gonna do Curse of the Cat People on Laserdisc. Oh, I would really like to get the Val Lewton box, but every time I find it, it's usually super pricey, or I lose the auction, or it's already been bought. But I think they use those masters for most of the Warner Brothers DVDs, because some were new transfers like Cat People, but others, especially the Body Snatcher, which is why I really want to get the Scream release, and that's the one I've got to order and get shipped. But that was the one that really seemed like it was a Laserdisc era master. So, but they were still good, solid DVDs, and I'd really just like to get the laser box because it has the awesome artwork and stuff like that. But I'd like to check that out. As a youth, the Toho films never looked right. I knew something was wrong. Yeah, especially a lot of those where they were, as soon as they switched to widescreen, they were so widescreen dedicated that seeing pan and scan stuff applied to titles like that, especially, I think worst of all is 50s and early 60s widescreen. Especially the early CinemaScope titles where they were not thinking about television broadcast, and they were using the extreme edges of the frame and just worrying about composition. And when those get pan and scanned, then yeah, you have the worst problems. Oh, Melinda, talking about the James Cameron pan and scan discs are the most desirable, because those are They're called pan and scan, but they're sort of open matte. They're panned, but they're open, so they're just 133 presentations of the Super 35 frame, and those have never been reissued in that format. So that's why they're so desirable. And again, they didn't print as many as the regular ones. So I have the one for Titanic, but I never found the one for True Lies or yeah, I think the other one's True Lies. And then yeah, the Paniscan Goldeneye. I've seen it a couple times, and I'm like, I don't need this. But I feel like I need this, but I don't, and I want it, but I don't. I should not do it. I've got the VHS tape still, but if I find one that's cheap enough, I might get it. But yeah, it usually still sells for like 15 or $25 something because it's rare. But I'm like, the regular ones are reference LD, and you can get it for $1. Like, don't bother with the pan and scan one. Um, but yeah, that would be those are usually the ones, but it's usually ones where they just didn't print as much. Um, so that does it for new finds and such. I guess since we're already at the hour mark, and I'm trying to keep this from running like super crazy long, like some of the last ones. I guess what we'll do is we'll just jump into the land of Hammer, and again, this is going to be very much a general overview, just talking about some specific titles, and then we'll get into the some of the video versions I have, and then the different editions out there. Um, and again, unfortunately, because there are also so many talented people associated with Hammer, whether it be producers, writers, actors, actresses, DOPs, directors, there's just so many that I'm going to be hard pressed to even keep all of them in my head straight as I'm going along. But I just want to kind of hit some of the high points and talk about Hammer horror in general, and kind of what you guys have what your experiences with Hammer, what your likes and dislikes, because the scope of the different eras of Hammer really kind of it does the beginning of Hammer is a 180 from where it ended up, because eventually I think it got to a point where Hammer became almost like a mainstay, especially more so in England, not so much here in the US, but whereas it was something not necessarily that you went to go see the latest one, but it was like an old cherished family friend or something that was a known quantity and was no longer being like challenging on the edge and X-rated and stuff. And they kind of started to lapse into, they get labeled the later films kind of as a camp sensibility, but I don't know if I'd exactly say that. But there is like um they're definitely not as groundbreaking and not as intelligently driven, for lack of a better term, but they do still have this charm to them because they're still made by a lot of the same people. So even some of the later ones that I really don't like, I still kind of admire and like because of that. Because some of the later ones do kind of get pretty dire. Like, but I still have a certain fondness for them simply because they are Hammer. If they had been made by somebody else, I don't think I would like them as much. So anyway, to kind of discuss where Hammer started with horror, you kind of have to go back to where horror was by the 1950s, which was essentially dead. Um, because after the second Silver Age of horror, which basically ran through the mid 1940s right up until the end of World War II, you could argue, which then everything kind of transitioned over into the world of noir. Um, Horror really had died down to a point where it was no longer deemed a approachable, marketable, commercial subject. And by the 1950s, everything had switched over to science fiction, which was the premier successful genre of the day, whether it be exploitation or the occasional big feature. So really, horror was, I mean, it wasn't quite buried, but it was semi-buried. It was definitely dormant. And so there are a couple science fiction films that are kind of more on the horror scale, but I never quite like to. I still think they're science fiction films, so I find it kind of, they get sometimes grouped in with like the greatest horror films list and stuff. And while I do kind of like to watch some of them around Halloween, they're much more science fiction. So um masterpieces like the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers, while there is the horror element in there, it's also still science fiction. So it's kind of like one of those straddles a line a bit. But again, horror was really, it got to a point where it was just relegated to being pure drive-in exploitation, low budget material, and it was not something that any reputable studio or producer was even going to dabble with. Like, they might occasionally do the fantasy story, but science fiction was where it was at. That was where everybody's attention was focused on. So Hammer had existed for a long time as a British production studio, and they focused on making British oriented British films for explicitly the British market, and usually small black and white dramas on a low fixed budget. And they had a whole production quota and style set up to crank these films out and hopefully make a passable profit to then, be able to finance more of them. But this went on decently for a while, but they really had not gained much traction in the British film industry, which was, not necessarily the most well established at the time. So by the mid 1950s, had gotten to a point where, yeah, they were really not. It was uncertain how much longer Hammer would exactly go on. Um, so anyway, they very fortunately turned their attentions to the success of a BBC TV serial, a version of the Quatermass Experiment, which had played on radio. And then when they made their film adaptation of the Quatermass Experiment, it was really something that, of course, it's science fiction, but it played up all of these horror elements. And it's a really great little thriller that you can see like the touchstones of what would come out as Hammer horror. So it's one of those science fiction films that definitely can be considered a horror film, but it didn't intend to be. But it was a massive success, and that's what led Hammer to start thinking, well, maybe there's something to this. And the film was so, daring for the time. It got an X rating, which also brought a lot of audiences in. So people were not only interested in the lurid aspects and the more horrific aspects, but they also liked the notion of it having a, grislier rating. So it would be a bit more out there. So it was much more successful at the box office because of that. So that, of course, led them to think, why don't we try our hand with just a straight horror film? And seeing as they had a tiny little studio and very little money, they looked to the big, important, famous works, which, of course, by that time were public domain, so they didn't have to pay for them. So that's why they chose to take a look and give Frankenstein a shot. So the only problem was Universal determined that they would sue Hammer if they found any element that was similar to their 1931 film. So that meant Hammer could not use the iconic Jack Pierce makeup or anything like it. They could not use the anything like the Ken Strick. Wow. Kenneth McStrickfaden's fantastic electrical gizmos and the Watchtower Laboratory, or have a character and a mannered style portrayal like Colin Clive, basically anything like the James Whale film or any of the sequels. So that was extremely limiting, but it was also very freeing in another way because it forced Hammer to do something completely different and also play into these ideas that had made Quatermass Experiment so successful. And in doing so, they created a picture that is not only, just a great horror film, not the opening of the floodgates and the start of Hammer horror, but really the film that brought horror films back to life and back to prominence. And that's 1957's Curse of Frankenstein, which is not only a genre masterpiece, it's truly one of the great films. And as much as people will reference it, I still think the Great Hammer early horrors are horrendously underrated for just their importance. Again, Curse of Frankenstein was so successful, it was picked up by Warner Brothers and made a ton of money here in the States as well. It put Hammer on the map firmly, and it also made them a viable production company in the minds of American studios. And what Hammer started doing was making deals with various studios. And this would change from time to time, sometimes film by film, but that's what really founded Hammer Horror, the fact that they had money coming in from American financing from various studios, whoever they made a deal with for each individual film. Um, and that's what really led and solidified them doing horror, because otherwise they probably would have just done maybe some horrors here and there. But the success of the first couple horrors and the interest of the American studios as financial backers and partners really, shall we say, firmly encouraged all of the directors at the Hammer Company to be like, hey, I think maybe we're onto something now. So, but what makes Curse of Frankenstein so different, and most people will talk about, this was Hammer is really the first company to produce horror films in color with real red blood. And as astonishing as that is, and amazing as the early ones are with Jack Asher's absolutely stunning cinematography, what I found personally most interesting, because I came to these, not in the original context, seeing them as a kid, but you could tell right off the bat there's a level of quality inherent, especially in the early ones, but the best of Hammer is always devoted to ideas, not just gore and shock. So if you read the original reviews, and all the critics were horrified and outraged that these pictures were disgusting and immoral and completely lurid, they're just talking about it being in color and being a horror film, and they're missing out on how intelligent they are. Curse of Frankenstein is, I could talk for an entire live stream just about Curse of Frankenstein, but what makes it really sets it apart is how they took the gist of the novel and crammed it into a short, 80 plus minute runtime, and did everything different from what Universal did. They changed the focus and focused on Frankenstein himself, and they made him much more of a duplicitous, multifaceted character who really, when you come to think of it, is not a very nice guy and is so blinded by his scientific pursuits that it starts to close off his own humanity. So, in a way, you could look at Curse of Frankenstein as a morality tale. There are many, many levels to read into it. And it moves at such a great pace that it's able to disguise the fact that, most of the feature is indoors on small sets. There's not a whole lot of sets in the film. It's very much a dialogue driven picture, but it moves along so well, and the characters are so well drawn, and the suspense sequences are so perfectly staged that you don't notice any of that. And it's iconic for, of course, bringing Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee into the Hammer fold, and they became the two mainstay stars, not only Hammer, but two of the great horror film stars. And they bring so many different things to their individual roles. Lee as the creature is much more physical, and he goes through multiple different emotional states because, of course, the creature is brought to life and then killed and resurrected on different occasions, and different things happen to it. And it's actually reflected in Lee's performance, where, of course, he doesn't have any dialogue, but just what he's able to do with his physical emoting and even his facial mannerisms is really interesting. And it shows a range of different, really different characterizations, because when the monster, when the creature appears at different times, it's essentially, being reborn as a slightly different creature. So again, this picture works on many different levels. And the most interesting, of course, is Cushing's Dr. Frankenstein, which, again, as I said before, he's a much more morally duplicitous and questionable character. And you can see him as semi-heroic. You can see him as quite a bit of a bastard. You can see him as a lot of different things. You can see him as more of an icy nobleman in certain fashions. And through the rest of the Frankenstein films that Cushing was in, the other 5, there are different takes on the same character, even though it's part of this series. And it's interesting to see what Cushing does in each one of them. And I think his performance in each is outstanding. And The Hammer Frankenstein series is probably the Frankenstein series and the Dracula series were what Hammer kept as a mainstay. Those were the two series they focused most on. But the Hammer Frankensteins, the six main ones starring Peter Cushing, are the ones that maintain the most consistent level of quality all the way through. Whereas after the third film, the Dracula films really start to kind of fall off. Though they have their great moments, and Christopher Lee does return for almost all of them. They don't maintain the same level of consistency as the Hammer Frankensteins. But again, it also brings together the core team of Hammer talent. Jimmy Sangster wrote a absolutely incredible script that's again so much more intelligent than it's given credit for. Even especially when you reflect on the ending of the film, which I won't give away here for those who haven't seen it, but the ending of Curse and Frankenstein is it's very definite, but if you start to think about it, you could read multiple different levels into it. So it's one of those endings that if you read it a certain way, it can call into question previous events in the film. So there is a psychological level to it. There's also another psychological motivation question in there that when you really start to think about it, you start to question the motivation of certain characters. And it's a beautifully dark, but and dark ending, but in a very poetic way. It hits all the perfect notes, and it feels like the only possible way this picture could end. And it also is very definite, so you don't really exactly see how they could do a sequel, but then they brilliantly come up with a sequel the next year. So again, you also have to talk about the core team, and the reason why I put certain pictures on the little thumbnail that I made for this episode. Of course, I put Cushing Lee on there, and I couldn't fit everybody in. But I put the three main films, Curse of Frankenstein, Horror of Dracula, and The Mummy, that are basically the opening trilogy of Hammer horror. But the three key crew member pictures that I put in there were Jimmy Sangster and Jack Asher, who photographed all the early Hammer horrors, and he photographed everything up to, I believe, Brides of Dracula was the last that he shot, and he was replaced because he was deemed as being essentially too slow. And Hammer never really regained that intricate color design that he really had a knack for, and it's amazing what he did when he realized that they had so little money that most of the sets had to be recycled. So if you look very closely at certain sets, especially the staircase from Dracula, you see it disguised and reused about 50 other times. And that, of course, along with the Hammer stock company of repeatedly used actors, is a very charming thing to note when you watch these films over and over. It's like recognizing faces from the Warner Brothers stock company, or recognizing a redress set from Casablanca pop up in a Warner's movie from 3 years down the road or something like that. So again, there is this intrinsic warmth and fun to really getting into Hammer horror. So with the massive success of Curse of Frankenstein and the inadvertent bringing together of not only Cushing and Lee, but this real core team of talent that had mostly already been at Hammer and been working on other things, but had never really been, critically or artistically lauded or anything. It really was a stroke of luck, not so much as a stroke of genius. It was inadvertent, and the fact that they stuck with this core team of actors and crew for the first run of Hammer films is really why I think that the first ones are not only the most intelligent, the most artistically driven, and the most respectable, but that they're real triumphs, which is why the first wave of Hammer is really the pinnacle of Hammer horror and one of the great treasures of the horror genre. So going chronologically, and of course they did other films in between, not just horror films, and some of these films kind of get grouped in with the horror films, and some have horror elements, but they're not exactly horror films, but they share some of the same interesting, fun warmth because they're Hammer productions. So they made a number of pirate films like The Camp on Blood Island, or they made several films like The Stranglers of Bombay, which is absolutely a fantastic little black and white thriller about the murderous Kali cult. And of course, based on historical events, they made a picture called Terror of the Tongs about the Chinese Tongs, and it's a bit lurid, and there are the horror elements. And Christopher Lee plays the leader of the Tongs, and the way he's lit and everything in the secret lair is very reminiscent of the horror films, and some of the killings and murders are very much like what you'd see in Hammer horrors of that period. So they do have the horror elements in those, and I do actually recommend some of those. They are great fun. So it's not just the horror films that people should seek out. There's all kinds of other bits of Hammer that they took forays into other genres. But of course, all were still done mostly pretty much at Bray Studios in the early days, and they were all done on low budgets with a lot of the same crew. You know, they would change directors for certain productions and change writers and change some of the actors around. But you see so many returning faces and returning names that it's just like another production from this great little company. And they very quickly established a house style, so you could tell it was a Hammer film, even if you didn't see it on the opening credit. So, and very quickly after Curse of Frankenstein, you had a wonderful picture, the Abominable Snowman, also called the Abominable Snowman of the Himalayas, which is of course about trying to find the mystical Yeti, and is actually a very good little black and white. I mean, it's sold as a horror film. It's much more of a suspense thriller, and it's been out of print for years. And apparently, Scream Factory is bringing that out in December, which is going to be great. They did a follow-up, a Quatermass sequel called, of course, Quatermass 2, which is actually quite good. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it's one of those sequels where it's more of a sequel in name, but it's actually a really good thriller with some really interesting. It's got a really interesting tone to it. So again, Scream Factory has brought that out, and I really would like to see that Blu-ray. I just can't afford all of them yet. But then, of course, going ahead a little bit to the next film and what firmly established them as the horror force to be reckoned with. And that, of course, is 1958's Dracula, also known as Horror of Dracula here in the States. And that's the title I grew up with, and it's actually the title I prefer. So I just usually call it Horror of Dracula. Plus, it helps to differentiate it from the Universal classic. So anyway, Horror of Dracula is important for a number of reasons, but it's really it's the crown jewel of, and I know I use that term a lot, but it's the crown jewel of Hammer horror because it's the film that not only solidified what Hammer horror was, but it's where they perfected it. It builds on what Curse of Frankenstein did, but it sands off some of the edges. It's still about the same runtime, but the pacing is much more consistently jam-packed, and so it never really lets up. And the most ironic thing is this little financially challenged British studio in the English countryside managed to take Bram Stoker's extraordinarily rambling long novel, and Jimmy Sangster was able to converted into 85 or so minutes and get more of the spirit of that book into this one film than I think anybody else has ever been able to manage. I think it is without a doubt the best Dracula film there is. It's the best Hammer film there is. But it's along with the Universal Dracula and Nosferatu, it's the definitive iconic vampire film. But as great as those are, and as much as I love them, I do think Horror of Dracula is the best vampire film, period. I think it's the one that all others have to be judged against. It was the first film, of course, to really push color in vampires. It was the first film to have, really visible fangs. But most importantly, it was the first to play up the sexual aspect of the vampire mythos, which is a part of Stoker's novel, but of course it's much more subdued. But the whole idea, it's sort of in there and it's implied in certain places. But it was the first film to really do that and to play up those elements. But it never does any of this in a ham-fisted or schlocky or insulting, grotesque way. It's intricately made, and extraordinarily intelligent. And what it does story-wise to tighten the narrative is really interesting, especially when you look at it from a construction standpoint. I mean, in this film, we have Jonathan Harker go to Dracula's castle at the opening, where, of course, it was Renfield in the Universal version. But instead of doing the whole leasing of Carfax Abbey, I'm just a real estate agent, that whole shtick, um, they actually start him knowing what Dracula is and being there specifically to destroy this cult of vampirism. And that alone saves us a remarkable screen time. We don't have to go back and forth in the castle so many times, and you're able to play out the horror that unfolds around Harker. But you already are invested and know that the action is coming up because he physically tells the audience that he actually is there to destroy Dracula, not to just index his books, which, I mean, there's a bit of a difference there. And this follows throughout the whole film. So again, the spirit of Stoker is alive, even though there's a lot of changes made. And it even manages to have the whirlwind chase back to the castle climax from the book, even though they obviously can't go all the way across Europe because this budget was tiny, so they couldn't do that. Again, it's intricately made. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's one of those films that has no imperfections, and is such everything is such has such a mark of quality to it that the more you see it, the more you just find yourself remarking at how dedicated everyone was into ensuring this was a work of quality, not just something to be thrown out there. And I think that's what makes it so timeless. Another thing to mention is James Bernard, who became essentially the house composer, if you will, for Hammer, really solidified himself here with his score, and his Dracula theme is just completely iconic, just bone chilling and unforgettable. And his score, especially in the action sequences, really perpetuates the action to a intense degree. But of course, again, you have the same people from Curse of Frankenstein returning. Jimmy Sangster writing the script, Jack Asher uh, topping himself with even more stunning, intricate Technicolor photography. And that's another reason why a lot of the video versions have a lot of it's very hard to pick one because they sometimes decide to make changes, or they can't really replicate the Technicolor color timing as well as they should. And Dracula was subject to a pretty well debated Blu-ray in the UK where the color timing was changed, and we'll get to that in a little bit when I talk about the video versions. But anyway, everything is a level of several levels above what they achieved on Curse of Frankenstein. Terrence Fisher's direction is just absolutely spot on, perfect. It's even more assured than it is in Curse of Frankenstein. Again, everything is improved here, and Lee as the Count is like something we'd never seen before. The Count as a physical presence, not just a specter-like figure or a haunting hypnotic figure of the night like Lugosi was in the Universal film. But Lee's Dracula is much more of a physical, direct presence, and again, combined with that sexual undercurrent, really adds an actual eroticism to the film that, again, it's never clearly stated, but it's definitely there. And that adds another subtext that when you see this film as an adult, you can enjoy it more because it makes much more sense why the victims of Dracula are display a certain enthrallment or attraction to the vampirism and Dracula's charms, which again, none of this had ever existed before. But as much as people talk about Lee's Count, and as great as Lee's Count is, Cushing as Van Helsing is absolutely legendary. And it's amazing that the same actor such a short time after Curse of Frankenstein could play the complete opposite of the Baron Frankenstein in terms of character and outlook and disposition, and do it so convincingly. Um, and again, his Van Helsing is so great and so iconic that I have a hard time deciding if I which I prefer, the Edward von Sloan from the Universal film, who's so iconic, or the Peter Cushing Van Helsing. I love them both. The same with Cushing's Baron Frankenstein versus Colin Clive's much more tormented and sympathetic Frankenstein from the Universal films. But again, everything is just advanced to such a incredible degree, and it's such an intelligent, quality film that I don't think there's anything else quite like it. Again, it's so beautifully made that I think even everybody at Hammer kind of realized they had made something special, and everyone always kind of, even after they made it, they always kind of acknowledged that was the one where they got everything absolutely right. And that's why Dracula is the crown jewel of the Hammer horror canon. Wow, I'm drinking out the wrong side. So after that, they also started branching off into what became their run of psychological driven horrors. And this was slightly before Psycho, of course, but Psycho was the film that really spawned them to do more. But they started this in and around the late 1950s. So 1958, they made one of the first of these, which is a great little picture called The Snorkel. And I don't have time to go through all of these as well, but if you've never seen any of them, just because they're not all in color, they're mostly in black and white. They're very intelligent driven thrillers, but with elements of horror and the macabre. And after Psycho, there are a lot more that are much more directly influenced by Psycho, but they're also very good and much more intelligent than a lot of the other Psycho knockoffs that happened all throughout the 60s. Skipping ahead a little bit to 1959, there's a number of pictures they made. The aforementioned Stranglers of Bombay, which I really think is a great little movie, but again, it's much more of a historical period drama set during the British occupation of India. But there are three that are distinct horror, and this one is not talked about as much. It's not technically a horror film, but it has enough of the horror elements, and they kind of horrorize the story, that it fits right in. And there are some of the Dracula sets repurposed, and it has most of the same cast. Terrence Fisher and everybody else returns, and James Bernard's score in some places is very close to his Dracula theme. But I love this picture. I adore it. And of course, it's Hammer's version of The Hound of the Baskervilles, where Peter Cushing plays Sherlock Holmes, and Andre Morel is Dr. Watson. And even though they change some of the story and they have to streamline it into a 85-minute runtime, and they play up the horror elements, I think this is one of the best Sherlock Holmes films ever made. And this is me with my big Doyle canon hat on, and being a stickler for authenticity and stuff. I absolutely adore the Hound of the Baskervilles. Even though they make changes, they keep so true to the spirit of the story. And again, Jack Asher's photography is fantastic. And the setting, the score, just basically imagine the same team from Horror of Dracula doing Hound of the Baskervilles, and that's what it is. And it's so pure, and it moves so fast, and it has such a level of energy to it that, as much as I like everybody else, I really like the Rathbone Bruce films from Fox and Universal, even though only Fox ones were period films. The Hammerhound for me is arguably right up there as quite possibly the best Sherlock Holmes adaptation as a feature film. Usually, I find the ones where they weren't afraid to change a few things, but keep true to the spirit of Conan Doyle are the ones I like the most. And Cushing's Holmes is absolutely outstanding. He took his pretty much legendary attention to detail and applied it to playing Holmes with the greatest degree of accuracy he could. And he was also apparently a great fan of the Conan Doyle stories, so he already had a real familiarity with Sherlock and Sherlock's world and everything. So his Holmes, even though he doesn't fit the physical characteristics, he's obviously not as tall as Doyle wrote. Outside of that, his energy and his conviction as Holmes is such that I think it's one of the great Holmes performances. And he also played Holmes later on a BBC series, which although the series itself is not most of it was lost, but the series itself it's merely okay, but his performance is fantastic. This is also the first film where we actually see Watson much closer to the way Conan Doyle wrote him. He's not the Nigel Bruce buffoon type of character for comic relief. He is the much more the intelligent doctor of medicine, best friend of Sherlock we know from the stories. He is a capable and active participant in the story as he is in the actual Conan Doyle story. So that was extremely refreshing to finally get a Watson that was not the comic relief character. And again, the atmosphere Hammer was able to achieve is very similar to what they did on Frankenstein and Dracula. And the fact that they tried and successfully applied it to Holmes so well makes me really sad they never tried again, because I adore the Hammer version of Hound. It's the way I start my October horror film marathon every year. It's the one I always start with for some reason. But again, not exactly a horror film. And it's also really great to see Christopher Lee playing Sir Henry. It's one of his best roles where he does not have to play the heavy or the villain, and he gets to play the romantic leading man. And it's just really interesting to see him kind of loosen up a bit. And he's fantastic. And you get the rest of a lot of the stable of Hammer character actors playing out the various roles from the Hound story. So it's one of my absolute favorite Hammer films, and it's one of my favorite all-time Sherlock films. So for Sherlock films, I'd say it's right up there with Billy Wilder's Private Life of Sherlock Holmes as the pinnacle of Sherlock on screen, even though they make some changes and play up the horror-ishness. And then moving on in the same year, the second of the three horror titles is the third of what you could view as the trilogy of initial great Hammer horror monster characters. And that's their version of The Mummy. And what's interesting about this film, it's not as talked about as much as Frankenstein and Dracula because, of course, it didn't have a big promoted series, even though they did make other mummy films. They were much more their own standalone films. They weren't really direct sequels to this. This film, in a way, kind of combines the best elements of Curse of Frankenstein and Horror of Dracula. So it does kind of have a more sedate, slower pace to it, which could be kind of off-putting to some viewers. But I think, again, everybody coming back, Jimmy Sangster, Terrence Fisher, Jack Asher, Peter Cushing, Christopher Lee, they were again able to build on their previous successes. And the 59 version of The Mummy is perhaps even more assured and more refined than the films that led up to it. And what was really interesting and great was by this point, they'd struck a deal with Universal. Universal actually distributed Horror of Dracula here in the US. And the worldwide success of that film single-handedly saved Universal from going into bankruptcy, as the president of the company actually confided in Hammer about. Christopher Lee remembers that very fondly in a lot of interviews, that he was there when the president of Universal said, your movie has saved our company. Thank you. So they made a deal, and thus Hammer was allowed to use elements from the Universal films finally. Sorry, my throat gets really dry. So anyway, what makes The Mummy so special is because of that, they basically took all of the best little parts from not just the original 1932 Mummy, but from all of the four B-movie sequels from the 1940s, and In doing so, they basically threw all of this stuff into a giant melting pot and stirred the cauldron and made this one, 85, 90-minute film that basically takes a lot of the best elements from all of those and forms it into a consistent single narrative. So you have the backstory and the whole idea of the forbidden lost love that led to the capture and burying alive of the high priest character, who of course is played by Christopher Lee, who of course becomes the mummy of the title. So of course that comes from the 1932 film, but then you get elements of the sequels. So most of the film takes place and in England, where the priest character takes the mummy and uses the mummy to attack the defilers and non-believers of the princess's tomb, like happens in the third film, The Mummy's Tomb, from the 1940s. So that forms the bulk of the plot of most of the film. And then elements of the other films are taken from there, like even the swamp conclusion of the Mummy's Ghost is the conclusion of the 59 movie takes place where the mummy is going into a swamp. So if you sat there and you knew the Universal films by heart, you could sit there and pick up on the references, but it doesn't just simply cut and paste. It makes it its own original story. And what is really interesting is that the whole opening section of the film is actually the discovery of the princess's tomb by the modern archaeologists, and it gives you time to get into their characters and build their characters up, and then stuff happens from there, and then we jump over to England, and then there's a flashback to what actually happens inside the tomb in the opening that we didn't actually see much later in the film, which is kind of like the flashback in the when where it's placed in the original 1932 film. So it also brings in some of the structural elements of those films and is not a cut and dry simple retelling of those. It's extremely well structured, and again, it's a much more definite sedate pace. So again, it maybe not it's not as easy for a film to for modern audiences to get into, but if you go with it, it builds its atmosphere very, very quickly, and it keeps that atmosphere throughout the whole film. And it has a very unique quality that's not quite like any other Hammer horror film. And again, Lee plays the mummy this time, and of course has to act entirely physically. He doesn't have any dialogue outside of the flashback sequences where he has a few lines as the high priest. But when he's playing the mummy, he's of course wrapped in bandages and is under the orders of the secret priest character, much like the Universal 40 sequels. But unlike, say, for example, Lon Chaney Jr. as the mummy, just going around in bandages killing people, Lee conveys a sense of a semblance of soul, and it's all done in his eyes. His eyes convey so much emotion in this supposedly undead character, and his physical performance is much more menacing because he literally throws himself about, and he seems to have all of this like pent up energy from all of the thousands of years he's been still alive somehow. So this adds a real terror to the sequences where the mummy comes to attack and kill the defilers of the tombs of Egypt. Whereas the horror in the 40s films comes from the slowness of the mummy and the fact that it's unstoppable. Here in the 1959 film, the mummy just doesn't, walk up slowly and have one arm out to strangle somebody. And here, Lee as the mummy bursts through doors and flies through people. And in the centerpiece of the film, where he goes to attack Cushing's character, who knows that he's coming for him. And in this extremely protracted, drawn out scene, Cushing goes around in character and prepares. And you as the audience know that he's just doing this and none of it is going to work. And he locks the doors and he takes his time and he lights his pipe and he knows that death is coming and he slowly loads a shotgun, and this is going to not have any effect whatsoever. And when the mummy finally appears, he bursts through the glass doors and takes multiple shotgun blasts to the chest until finally Cushing dives over the desk, and famously, which was the basis for the poster image with the giant hole in the mummy's chest, takes a spear from off the wall and jabs it through him, none of which stops this unstoppable creature. So the terror and the horror elements are much more subdued and much more it's much more akin to the 1932 original Mummy. So that's why I love it so much, because it basically is like the best sequel to the 1932 film we never got. And it takes all the best parts out of the 40s Mummy films and regurgitates them into an original work that is honorific to the original Universal films, but it's still its own thing. And I think it's really a shame that they didn't really do a proper sequel to this. They did Mummy films later on, but none are as good or as artistic as the 1959 film. So that's really the third of the super important titles of the first wave of Hammer that really made them famous. And it was a big financial success, even though it doesn't get talked about as much. The other horror film for 1959 that's not as well known, but is actually quite interesting and a good little film, is The Man Who Could Cheat Death, which was also directed by Terence Fisher. And it has Christopher Lee in a more supporting role, and but because it doesn't have Lee and Cushing and there's no recognizable monster character, I think that's why it's as well known. But it's one of the first horror films to really deal with the villain character of the piece basically being a sort of person who has been able to live through the centuries via, shall we say, illicit or some ancient means, and is simply trying to sustain his life far beyond the normal confines. And it is quite a good little film, but of course it is of a much more sort of minor feeling than the films that preceded it, which is probably why it's not as well known. And it was also, like a lot of other Hammer titles, not as well available for a long time. But there are good Blu-ray versions of it available now, so that's good. But that is one that I do think is much better than most people think it is. And they did all these in the same year, along with other pictures, which is just nuts. So coming up to 1960, this is really the year, 1960, 61 is probably where you could mark off the first period of Hammer horrors. And in 1960, we have the Dracula sequel, Brides of Dracula. This was, wait, no, hang on a second. I think I totally skipped one. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to back up a second because I was like, wait a minute, I skipped the sequel. So to back up 2 seconds to 1958, I accidentally skipped the Frankenstein sequel because I'm already thinking 10 steps ahead. So please forgive me. But I guess it's good to talk about each first sequel to the main series kind of together. So in 1958, we have Revenge of Frankenstein, which, if you know Curse of Frankenstein, the ending is pretty closed off. So the fact that they demanded a sequel and really kind of let people have carte blanche with what they wanted to do, it gives the sequel a really strange, interesting flavor. Revenge of Frankenstein, of course, being a direct sequel, Cushing returns as Baron Frankenstein, but the plot does not focus on the creature from the original film. All of the Frankenstein films follow Frankenstein around on his merry adventures, which is what makes them so fresh and allows them to be so different from one another and stay original, I think. And so Revenge of Frankenstein has the dark elements of the original film, but they also seem to place more emphasis on a morbid humor, which was only in select spots in the original. So it's not camp humor, but there are extraordinarily funny bits of dark humor running rampant throughout the sequel. But it's also a film that's remarkable in that it's about ideas. This time, Frankenstein is able to build perfect body specimens, and they're not horrific whatsoever. And his notion is that he will help the hunchback character who helped him get away from the guillotine and in between films, and give him this new body. So it's also not exactly with all bad intentions. And already we're in brand new uncharted territory for a Frankenstein film. And what's also interesting is that Frankenstein is operating undercover in this film. He is a doctor who works in a surgical ward. But if you notice, he treats all of these people off of the street and determines that all of them need to have various things removed for certain reasons. So he's basically using this surgical ward as his own private source of body parts for his various bodies that he's making in his new and improved secret laboratory. So there's a whole level of mischievousness in this film that I absolutely adore. So there's a fun element, but the horror element is much more based in the ideas of what would happen to these people, and what happens to these various characters. And there are specific moments in this film that are not simply horrific, but also play on an emotional level. And this is something that will happen in some of the later Frankenstein sequels to an even greater degree, in terms of this emotional content also being part of the horror of what happens to these people. And probably the best moment of the entire film is not a horror scene at all, but there's this party going on, and the result of Frankenstein's efforts actually breaks in and has to actually go up to Frankenstein, and it's the most chilling scene in the entire film when he simply begs for Frankenstein's help because everything has gone so horrifyingly wrong. And again, it's a film about ideas, which as a kid I didn't think there were horror films like that at all. And so when I saw this film, it was a complete shock and surprise in every way. I absolutely adore it. I think it's another Hammer masterpiece that is horrendously underrated and not talked about enough. I think it's one of the best films Hammer ever produced. I think it's absolutely fantastic, as I do pretty much all 6 of the main Frankenstein films. But this one in particular, I think, is just absolutely stellar, and it works on many different levels. And it's capped off by an ending that is, it's almost perverse in a way. It's perverse in like a delicious sense. So it is so out there of an ending that every time I see it, I can't help but just grin like an idiot, because it's so unexpectedly fantastic. And it also ties off Frankenstein in a way that you could really view the first 2 films as their own thing, and all the other films, because the continuity is very, very loose. And then the third film really kind of is a sort of reboot in terms of some of the character and the settings and stuff, that you could really consider the first 2 Hammer Frankensteins as their own thing and kind of separate from the other 4 Cushing Frankensteins. But anyway, that's Revenge of Frankenstein, and it builds on Curse by being its own film and being completely different. And on Brides of Dracula, it's a film that seems to be trying to do the same thing, but I don't think it reaches the same levels of success for a couple of different reasons. Now, Brides of Dracula, you would be expecting Christopher Lee to be reprising his role as Dracula, but there is no Dracula in the film. This was because they had originally wanted to do Dracula as a sequel, and then for various reasons, they kind of put it on the shelf. And then they had this idea for a film about Dracula's disciple, and then that kind of got rewritten around a few different times, and that's what eventually led to it being Brides of Dracula, which is about a disciple of Dracula being essentially let loose in the upon the world. And some people say it's the most stylish and the most uh, well photographed of all Hammer films. And with Terrence Fisher and Jack Asher and everybody returning, I can see what they mean by that. It is exceptionally beautiful. But on a story level, it's never quite worked as well for me as the films that preceded it. I still love it, and I still think it's it's definitely the second best of the entire Dracula cycle. But the story must never quite converge for me. Cushing, of course, returns as Van Helsing and is fantastic. There's great scenes in the film. Again, the photography is absolutely stunning. But it just, it's not. it's kind of hard to describe. I really love it. I think it is very great, but it's much more about the atmosphere and certain scenes you remember. It doesn't 100% hold up as well as, say, The Mummy or Revenge of Frankenstein, especially. But it is still very good, and there are interesting new ideas in it. Basically, Dracula's disciple is this person who's been kept in this castle by his mother for years, chained in a room, and she brings him various young girls essentially to feed upon. And this is doled out in a very, secretive things. A girl is essentially brought to the castle by this matriarchal figure for various reasons and then encounters the young man. So it's similar in a way to when Harker's going around Castle Dracula and Horror of Dracula. So you do have that, and Van Helsing returning gives it a connection to the original film. But it's one of those films that I think you enjoy it for what it is, and it's much better than what the actual film is. Again, the individual moments seem to be better than the whole story combined because it doesn't exactly hold together. But the set pieces are again fantastic, and there are some great moments that have a really interesting emotional context. And something I forgot to mention about Horror of Dracula, it was the first film where you really saw the stakings being taken place. And when the stakings take place, it's about the idea of spiritual release. And that's vividly shown and depicted and in a very beautiful way. And that's also brought back into Brides of Dracula. There's a really emotional, intelligent sequence of a staking. And if you've ever seen the film, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. This particular character who's been made into a vampire, and it's got a real tragedy to it. And the way Cushing as Van Helsing plays that scene is really, really interesting. So again, there's great individual moments in Brides of Dracula, and it has all of the Hammer iconography, and it's incredibly well made. But for me, it's never quite held up as much as the films that immediately preceded it. But it's also kind of the last marker of this first wave of Hammer, because again, this is pretty much when Jack Asher was replaced, and the other cinematographers were very good, but they never really had that same intricate level of detail in the lighting, and especially in the color hues and tonalities that Asher was really gifted at bringing out on these small sets with a very low budget. But anyway, that kind of brings the whole first period to a close. But it didn't mean that they stopped making horror films, because you could argue the whole second period of Hammer really is right here in 1960-61, because the next couple of films are also really good or interesting, even if the stories themselves don't exactly hold up. And of course, we still have most of the same team returning. So I've got the whole chronological list here, so I don't skip over anything, even though I already accidentally skipped one. It's kind of hard when there's so much. I'm just trying not to forget anything. So again, we're still making other films besides horror films. They did a really interesting attempt on the Robin Hood mythos with Sword of Sherwood Forest, which is a interesting little film that actually does Robin Hood relatively well. But it's been a while since I've seen it. I need to watch it again. But again, a lot of these smaller, lesser known non-horror Hammer titles are quite good, even though they're completely underrated. So next up in the horror cycle for 1960 is Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll. This film is interesting because it was the first film really to portray Jekyll's transformation into Hyde. When he becomes Hyde, Hyde is a younger, more virile, more attractive character who's completely evil. He's not the usual more demonic or ape-like or evil physically looking villain. So it plays on the whole idea of essentially it's similar to Picture of Dorian Gray with the youthful beauty being a sort of mask for the evil inside, and that's the most interesting thing in the film. Other than that, it's really just a retelling of the Jekyll and Hyde story, and outside of a couple nice flourishes and a few good sequences, and the fact that you have, the familiar Hammer faces popping up, the whole idea of Hyde being much more of an attractive figure is really what sets the film apart. Otherwise, it's much more of a just a retelling. So it's very good. It does have its fans, but that's really what sets it apart. The whole idea, basically taking the Dorian Gray idea and applying it to Jekyll and Hyde. Um, and then skipping on ahead a little bit to the next main horror entry. This one I think is probably the best out and out Hammer horror since Revenge of Frankenstein, which is the 1961 Curse of the Werewolf. Also directed by Terrence Fisher, starring Oliver Reed, who gives a really great performance as the tragic lycanthrope of the story. And it's a much darker version of the werewolf mythos than we had gotten at this point. It's based on I believe the original book is Werewolf of Paris or something similar to that title, which was, of course, set in France. And Hammer had already built sets for a different movie, so they just changed the setting to Spain and called it a day. But that's what you have to do when you have small budgets. But it's exceptionally well made. And again, it's a lot darker than what we got, say, for example, in The Wolfman, which was really the only previous definitive well-known werewolf film we had gotten to that point, the Universal Wolfman and its few sequel appearances. Interestingly, this was the only time Hammer really tried the Wolfman out at all. After this, they never really returned to that. So it was one of the classic monster creatures that they only did once. The other, of course, they never did the Invisible Man at all, probably because they probably felt, and rightly so, the effects would be very expensive and time consuming, which they would have. So that's understandable. But Curse of the Werewolf is I hate to say return to form because the other films in between are really good, but I do think it has a bit more energy to it, and I really do think it's probably the second best werewolf movie ever made. I think it's the best werewolf film next to Universal's Wolfman, because it's very well made in the Hammer style. It's very well directed. The lead character is very sympathetic, but it's also something he's afflicted with his entire life. So there's an even greater sense of tragedy to it. And I really do like the European setting that they had. The whole Spanish setting is really effective. So that's another really classic Hammer horror title that I think is really exceptional. But it's not talked about as much as like the Frankenstein or Dracula films, but at least it's relatively well known. And then throughout the rest of 1961, there's other interesting films. Like I mentioned, it shouldn't be very good, but it's quite entertaining. The Terror of the Tongs. There's actually a really there's a death scene in that film pretty early on that's quite shocking in a way. It's one of those where I was surprised they got away with it, but of course this was just after Psycho, so you could kind of do that. Then in 1962, there's a really good, interesting film. It's called Captain Clegg in certain territories. It's also called Night Creatures. It's also much more of a historical piece, but there are really great horror elements. Peter Cushing has a fantastic part in it. But again, it's not necessarily a horror film. I'd probably say it's similar in ways to how Witchfinder General, the fantastic Michael Reeves film with Vincent Price, is considered a horror film, but it's not really a horror film, but it's an exceptionally grisly and dark period piece. Night Creatures is kind of like that. It's also much more like Hammer's Terror of the Tongs and Stranglers of Bombay. but it's a really good film if you've never seen it. But the next in their horror cycle was Hammer finally did a version of Phantom of the Opera, which was the first major version since Universal's 1943 version with Claude Rains, where they did it as a big Technicolor fancy schmancy version. And unfortunately, you would think this would be, a perfect match. Terrence Fisher directing, Hammer getting to do Phantom, being able to be a lot more risque, a lot more violent, a lot darker, much more closer in tone to the 1925 Chaney film. But what kind of happened was partly due to who they originally wanted to cast, which was Cary Grant. They wanted Cary Grant to play the Phantom, and Cary Grant was actually going to do it, but kind of didn't want to play the Phantom as an all-out and out villain, and essentially kind of wanted to play closer to what the Claude Rains Phantom was in 1943, the more sympathetic Phantom, which is understandable, but kind of regrettable. So basically Hammer rewrote for Cary Grant, and then Cary Grant fell out eventually, and they were then stuck with a more sympathetic script that was much closer to the 1943 Phantom, and then they suddenly wanted to make it a little darker, but they had to go ahead and start shooting. And at least this is basically how I kind of understand it and how it came to be. So the 1962 Phantom of the Opera is really a mixed bag. It's got, again, great moments, and it has the recognizable pieces like the chandelier and the Phantom calling to the Christine character and all the stuff you kind of recognize. But then it has stuff from the 1943 version with the duplicitous rivals who inadvertently, I mean, it's not full on the 1943 version where, the Phantom's just a normal guy who gets horribly disfigured because, some of people are stupid. Essentially, it's a bit more refined than that, but it's much closer to the 43 version than the 25 version, for example. And Herbert Lom is an actor I love, and he plays the Phantom here. But it seems like he doesn't always have a whole lot to do, which I think is kind of a shame, because I think he was actually a perfect choice. And I just wish it was a much darker film. It seems like it's caught between two different kind of warring ideals, and thus the movie itself, it feels a bit long. It doesn't quite work, but it's okay, if that makes any sense. And I think it's really the first Hammer horror title that doesn't really hit a level of greatness like the other ones did. Like, I know I have some issues with Brides of Dracula, but it does build to a great climax and it has great moments in it. Whereas Phantom of the Opera, it's like the first Hammer horror where it's like, it's not firing on all cylinders, and like it kind of stumbles a bit. And again, part of it I think is because the script kind of got jerked around in different directions, but it's for lack of a better term, it's solid. It's well mounted, but unfortunately, it's not the really impressive achievement you would hope or think it would be. But that's not to say that it's bad. There's another Pirates film also in 1962, Pirates of Blood River, which is a lot of fun, even though it's not a horror film. I really do like the Hammer pirate films very, very much. I saw them when Sony did their pirate DVD set, or no, it was Hammer Icons of Adventure, and Twilight Time did one of them on Blu-ray, and I hope somebody does a set of all the swashbuckler pirate adventure Hammer horror films on Blu-ray, because that would be a lot of fun, because they're really good, even though they're a super low budget. Then next up in the horror cycle in 1963 is Kiss of the Vampire, which is interesting because it's Hammer doing a vampire film that's not part of their Dracula series. So it's a lot more into the mystical elements of the vampire, which the Dracula series up to this point had been much more realistic. Dracula does not transform into other shapes, as Van Helsing states in Horror of Dracula. So it's much more grounded in a sort of reality, whereas Kiss of the Vampire is actually based on an earlier, or at least partly based on an earlier draft of Brides of Dracula that had a big ending that ended with if I remember correctly, it's a swarm of bats come and take people away and stuff. And Peter Cushing hated it so much that he refused to do it, which is why they had to rewrite the ending for Brides of Dracula. So that more magical, mystical theme is what Kiss of the Vampire is like. So if you go into Kiss of the Vampire expecting it to be like the Hammer Draculas, you're going to be disappointed because it is very different, but it does show them at least trying something new. So I appreciate that. But again, it's personally, I don't think it's anywhere near as good as the first wave titles because this is the point where they're starting to play around with not being so much driven by intelligence and ideas. This is where they're starting to kind of play around with more general horror tropes, which is fine. But and it's good that they were trying different things, but it's much less of what I was invested in, and much less of what I think made Hammer so special when they started out. But again, you do have to try different things to stay relevant. So I get that. Um, so it plays well with some people, not so much with others. For me, it's much more middle of the road. I enjoy things in it, but I don't enjoy it as much as the earlier films. Then come two of the psychological horror films I mentioned before, and they're not Hitchcock ripoffs, but some of the titles are very much patterned after Hitchcock. So these are both one-word titles, both in the same year: Paranoiac and Maniac. And it's also very easy to mix them up because the titles are so similar. But again, all of the Hammer psychological dramas, of course, mostly in black and white, are really interesting and very well made. So I do recommend them, even though. But you may want to break them up a bit. If you see them all together, it's very easy to mix them up. Um, and then an interesting one in 1963. This one is much more of a co-production because it was made by William Castle, but Hammer had their hands in it. And that's the remake of The Old Dark House, which is why the original 1932 film was really suppressed and was almost lost because they wanted everybody to focus on this 60s remake, which I mean, it's okay, but it's also a Bill Castle movie, so you know what you're kind of going into. It doesn't have the intellectual flights of fancy that the James Whale film does. So it's not a film I'm very fond of, but it's okay. It serves its purpose, but it's nothing like the original film whatsoever. But I always forget that Hammer had their hands in that, so that's quasi Hammer horror. And then I know I said the first wave really ends with Brides of Dracula. So I guess you could say 1961 and 1963 is like a transitional period because probably 1964 is where the second wave starts. This is where there seems to be an influx of new energy. Hammer made some new American distribution partnership deals. There was some new money flowing in from different sources, and they would change around over time. And they started doing sequels again, or at least the monster characters again, because they seem to kind of put those on the back burner for a bit. And so the first of those is Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, which is the second mummy film Hammer made. But it really is, in modern terms, it would be considered like a quasi soft reboot because it's Hammer doing a mummy film, but it's really not exactly a sequel to the 59 film. It's basically kind of setting everything up again. And I mean, it's okay, but I've never been very big on the later Hammer mummy films. This one's not bad, but eventually they get even lower budgets, and they seem to not really be the ones Hammer was focusing as much attention on. And again, it's Curse of the Mummy's Tomb is good, but it doesn't have that magic spark of the 1959 version. But it is good and solid, but it's one of those. Oh, I think I went out there for a second. I think I'm back now. But anyway, so to pick up from there, after Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, we get into Evil of Frankenstein, which is Hammer going back to Frankenstein. And again, this is what would nowadays be termed a soft reboot. It's still a Hammer film. It's still Frankenstein. Peter Cushing returns, but we basically see it's supposed to be a sequel to when Frankenstein did his first experiment, and we have some of the set from Curse of Frankenstein that Frankenstein goes back to, and it's kind of like run down and ruined. But they actually flash back to the creation sequence of his first creature, and it's totally different and brand new and stuff. And his character actually acts a bit different. He's much more uh, his intents are really ill-defined, and the setting is different, and a lot of it starts to rehash elements from the Universal Frankenstein sequels. There's a bit of Son of Frankenstein, there's a bit of Ghost of Frankenstein in there. The new laboratory is much more like the Universal laboratory, so you have the gizmos like Kenneth Strickfaden's electrical diodes. There are electrical diodes all over this, and there's a table like the table in the Universal lab, and he actually finds his original creature, and it's been frozen in ice, which is the same thing that happened to the creature in Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. So Evil of Frankenstein is very strange. It's definitely my least favorite of the 6 Peter Cushing Frankenstein Hammer films, because it's like the odd one out. And again, it basically was like what would today be considered a soft reboot. So again, it's got a very loose continuity, but if you watch all 6 of these in order today, you're going to be very confused by this third film. It was directed by Freddie Francis, and this was the point where he kind of jumped from being a really great cinematographer to doing directing duties for Hammer. And he also did some of the Dracula sequels, among other things. And I mean, Evil of Frankenstein is pretty good. There's some nice moments, and Cushing isn't always great. But even he seems to kind of be unsure, and the character kind of seems to be unsure as to what the tone of this film is. And like the character's motivations, as I said before, are very like it's very confusing. You can't exactly tell what people want in this. And if you know the Universal films like I do, you can recognize things from all of the Universal sequels. But unlike the 1959 Hammer Mummy, it's not really well thought out. It's just like it's a set piece, and then this happens because this happens, and then this happens, and then it doesn't have the spark of the previous Hammer films. So this is definitely the oddest and the least of the main 6 Frankenstein films, but it also shows where Hammer was kind of changing. They no longer had the visual style of the Jack Asher shot early films. They're starting to get longer. They have some more money to play around with, but it also seems like they're starting to focus more on getting some action in there over plot ideas. And it's like the focus is kind of changing around. They don't exactly know where they want to go with this series. So this is the film that just sits in the middle, and it's very, very strange. And again, it still has its good moments. One of my favorite moments in all of Hammer actually comes in this film. So the very opening, which is actually quite a good opening, but it shows Frankenstein working on his latest project in some backwoods little laboratory, and he's just trying to do this, and of course he gets found out, and Cushing has this great line where he basically just says like, "Why won't they ever leave me alone?" So it's got stuff like that that's great. And again, it's usually tied around the Cushing performance, and he throws himself into it as always. But it's again really much more of a soft reboot, and it's very confusing if you've never seen the whole series before, because it's like they just like throw out the first 2 films in continuity, and they just kind of make up stuff here. But you can just kind of tune that out and go with it. And there are some fun things in it, but there are also some things that are very confusing and that make very little sense. Um, and then in the same year, the next film is honestly, it is kind of like a return to form. This is much closer to what the early Hammer horrors were like in terms of tone, style, and everything. And that's the Gorgon. It was very underrated for a long time, and now it seems like it's come back up in critical estimation. And it's also got a really great Blu-ray from its indicators in one of their Hammer boxes, which those are really great, and I really need to get those. Those are the ones I would really like to get, but of course, you have to be region free and import them from the UK. But yeah, the Gorgon is very interesting. Of course, it's inspired by the the creature from Greek myth, and what if something like that had basically been transposed to a much later period in a small English town. And it's much more intelligently driven, which I really do appreciate. So again, I think it's much closer to the initial Hammer style that I'm really in love with. So I really think the Gordon is very good, and I'm happy that it's finally coming up in critical estimation again. Then comes another one of the really good psychological horrors, which is called Nightmare. But again, those are much more thriller dramas, and by this point they were really following in the wake of Psycho, so they are much more closer to Psycho than they are a full out horror film. There's also moving on into 1965, you have Fanatic and Hysteria. Then they also made a really interesting film called The Nanny, which was where it was one of Betty Davis's late career really good films that she made later on in her career. And it's much more, again, a drama with a psychological drama with horror elements in it. And because it's much more intelligent and intelligently driven, it's like, wow, this is actually really good. Even though it's basically about what if this nanny is a crazy psychopath, I'm sure most kids have wondered that at some point or another. So anyway, then they had a attempt at doing I can't remember the author's name. I think it's let's see. I'm sorry, it's Haggard. They did a version of She, which of course had been done, I believe, in the silent era before, and that's a pretty good sort of, it's more of a historical adventure, but I guess there's the sort of fantasy elements that could kind of dip into horror. But they had much greater success in their co-production of 1 Million Years BC, which was a huge success. And of course, is most iconically known for Raquel Welch in the stripped caveman bikini style outfit. And that combined with the special effects and the prehistoric setting made it a huge success, and that really made a lot of money for Hammer, even though it was a co-production. So 1966, they became fully embroiled in their plan of doing 2 features at a time. So they would shoot 2 films back to back, reuse the same crew, same cast, and the same sets, and just redress them. And it was their way of cost cutting. And that's always a good idea on paper, but every time it's been done back then and throughout history, even up to now, to me, it's usually never as effective as making 1 picture at a time. Although Hammer did it so prodigiously that theirs made a lot more sense, and they did make sure and have separate scripts, and it was much more using your raw materials at hand instead of just trying to shoot 2 big blockbusters at once. So with Hammer, it does work a lot better than, say, for example, something much more modern like the 2 Matrix sequels or the Pirates of the Caribbean sequels being shot back to back and becoming big over bloated messes and stuff like that. But I do think this section of films, they're very interesting. They do have great things to them, but some are definitely better than others. And I think on some of them, being shot in this way kind of hindered them from reaching their true potential. And I think that comes up most in the first one, which is Dracula, Prince of Darkness, which was Hammer going back to the Dracula series, and it was the first time Christopher Lee came back after Horror of Dracula. So Terence Fisher comes back as director, and it should be the signs for another great Hammer horror epic. But it's a film that's actually very simplistic. It's the 4 travelers basically wind up spending the night at Castle Dracula, and Dracula is thus revived to rampage the countryside. And that's pretty much the entire plot, and it's very straightforward. What's great about it is the atmosphere. The build-up is actually quite long and very drawn out, but incredibly well directed. So that builds a great sense of horror, and that keeps it from getting stale. And again, with Terence Fisher being back, you get a assurance from behind the camera. There are no superfluous scenes. And then when you get to the scenes of, violence, gore, and the stakings and the sexual undertones from the first two films are all back, and they're all intensified to a degree, which is nice that they brought something new to this sequel, because of course we're talking about 1966 now. So social mores have changed a bit. Things have opened up a bit, and also opened up a bit in ratings. So you had to be a bit more out there. And I think this was Hammer doing that correctly. And this is something that they would try to do later on and not be able to do as successfully to try and keep up with things. Whereas at this point, they were still able to ramp everything up to a new level and keep people interested and coming in and actually, paying for a seat. So Prince of Darkness is well known for the resurrection scene of Dracula, which it was noted for being very gory, but when you look at it, it's quite beautifully staged, and it has a very, very nice, like morbid tinge of humor to it, because Dracula has this dedicated manservant who's been living in this castle for, ostensibly decades, and waiting for his chance. And he gets someone and hoists them over the Dracula's crypt, and then basically as if this person was a big hunk of meat in a slaughterhouse, and then just sits there and does this little like stylized flick of the knife and cuts his throat, and the blood drips down, and that's what resurrects Dracula. But it's beautifully staged. And of course, there's fog that comes out of the coffin, and it's built up beautifully. But I love the way the hoisting of the body and the way the manservant acts through the whole movie. It does have this nice tinge of humor, and it's nice to have Terrence Fisher back, so you get that assurance. There's also a nice piece of the Stoker novel that had not appeared in a film before. You do have Dracula actually having one of the women drink from his chest. He opens the wound in his chest and makes her drink from his blood, which is something directly from the novel that had never been done before, because of course it was very much tied into the whole notion of vampirism has these sexual connotations, which Fisher had put in the first two Dracula films. So he was making sure that was still in this one. And it's refreshing to see that they maintain that. Also, when another person is turned, they also become much more vivacious, and they try to, it shows a complete character arc for this person that was much more closed in, and a model of sort of Victorian era repression. And so when they are made vampiric, they are completely like opened up as a person, even though they are apparently, one of the undead. And the staking scene in this film is actually quite horrific in a way, whereas in the earlier films they were staged to be sort of poetic in a way, and again about the idea of release. That is still here, but the actual staking itself is not clean, is not pleasant. The vampire in question is literally has to be held down and is literally writhing and shrieking in agony. So that's another example of how everything has been ramped up a level to match a more sophisticated audience. Lee is, of course, fantastic and is as imposing as ever of a presence. But this is the film where the urban legend is, and is pretty well known, that he refused to say any of the dialogue because he found it was so silly. So Dracula appears in this film and never has any dialogue. He just appears and he hisses a lot, and he growls and he yells. And yes, he looks terrifying, but it's really a shame that Christopher Lee finally comes back and he just makes this face a lot, which again, with the fangs and in context, is quite striking. But it's like Dracula is an intelligent being. That's why he's so terrifying. And that's what made the first film so great. So it's like, I kind of missed that. But again, it does show invention, and the photography is actually quite good, although Hammer did some cost cutting, and they shot these films mostly in Technoscope, which of course was a 2x format. And so these films are of course quite a bit grainier and a bit contrastier. They don't have that rich Technicolor luster of the Jack Asher films, of course. So that also kind of sets this era of films apart. But this is where Hammer was at the time, and they were finding ways to work with the economy of the time. So it also helps to understand that. That also affects the look and the runtime and the way these films were sold, because these films were also paired as double bills. So they shot them back to back, and they would pair two of them as a double bill and sell them that way. So they were intended to go together, although they would not put the films made back to back together. They would take one from one pairing and one from another and put them together, because otherwise you'd literally see the same sets and same actors, and you quickly realize, this is like the same movie with the camera turned around. They all have wigs on, so they at least kept that in mind and split them up. But yeah, Dracula Prince of Darkness, it's also where the Dracula series does start to change. Dracula comes back every time, and it just becomes about him being resurrected. And then in the sequels, it gets much more contrived how he gets resurrected and destroyed. And all the sequels seem to follow this outline. And of course, Prince of Darkness was the last Dracula film that Terence Fisher directed, and all the others were directed by other people. And so really, it's definitely the last Dracula film that I'm like 100% on board with of the Hammer Draculas, even though I do watch all of them and I like things in the other ones. Prince of Darkness is really the last one that I'm fully on board with, and it does have a great ending that uses a new part of vampire lore. And I think it was the first thing I ever saw of Hammer. I saw the last third of this film, and Dracula's demise in this film just stayed with me for so long. I don't know. It's just something I'd never seen before, and it just was so striking. And that's what really introduced me to the notion of Hammer horror. Was the last. I think it was the whole film, because I remember the opening, because this film actually reprises the climax from the original Horror of Dracula at the beginning, because I guess they felt most people had forgotten that Chris Lee was Dracula, 8 years later, when they're finally making the proper sequel. So they literally pillar box the whole climax of the original movie. So the first 5 minutes of Prince of Darkness is the end of Horror of Dracula, but in a little pillar box postage stamp thing in the middle of a scope screen. So that's really weird the first time you see it as a kid. But this was the film that made me realize, hey, there's something to this. And this is genuinely scary, but it's got some intelligence to it. So this was my first real foray into Hammer horror. So I kind of still have nostalgia for it for that reason, but it's still very good. But it's definitely different from the first two Dracula films. Next up is the film they paired with it, but from another two-film back-to-back shoot. And this one is extremely interesting. This was underrated for a very long time, but now is one of the ones that's kind of come up a lot in people's minds. And that's Plague of the Zombies. This film is really notable for being one of the few films about zombies outside of the Night of the Living Dead and things like that. And it's much more going back to the idea of traditional zombies being much more rooted in voodooism. So the zombies in this film are used in ways much closer to, say, for example, the pre-code horror White Zombie with Bela Lugosi, where they're used as, mindless slaves to run a sugarcane plantation. So in this film, they are used as labor of sorts, and so they're much more rooted in the classical style of zombieism, if you will, as opposed to the Romero Night of the Living Dead zombie style that became popular. But outside of White Zombie and a few other obscure titles, this was the first film to really deal with zombieism since Luton's I Walked with a Zombie, which was the second of his horror films, which really is not about zombies, but it sort of gets into that same idea of the zombie being tied in directly to island mysticism and voodooism and things like that, and where the concept originally came from. But it is a very, very good film, very interesting, and also has in the story elements of British class culture, which give it another level of interest. And it's definitely several cuts above the typical horror fare that Hammer would be expected to crank out at this time. And it's one of those that, again, was really unheralded for a long time, but nowadays is much more appreciated because everybody's fascinated with zombies. And if they go and look for other zombie films before that, pre Night of the Living Dead, there's very few. There's White Zombie, there's I Walked with a Zombie, and there's Plague of the Zombies. And those are the big three. So that means people are going to be much more willing to seek this out. And when they do, I think they're very pleasantly surprised because it's a very intelligent film, too. And Shout Factory has done a good Blu ray with extras. So that's another Hammer title that they've done up very, very well that you can pick up and actually have a good edition of now. Next is Rasputin the Mad Monk, which is a picture Christopher Lee really wanted to do, where he gets to play the character of Rasputin. And this was the film that was shot to back with Prince of Darkness, and of course uses the same sets and cast. And again, is a historical piece. It's not really a horror film, but if you do get to see it, Lee is great in it, and he's obviously having a great time getting to stretch his acting muscles. But again, it's not really a horror film, so it's not what you're going to hammer for, in terms of what you expect. So do keep that in mind. It's much more of a costume drama. The Reptile is the B feature for Plague of the Zombies, and again, it's similar to the Gorgon, where you have this character who can essentially be a monster in because they are cursed with this affliction. They can turn into a monster without realizing it, and they're in this remote small town. So it's very similar to the Gorgon in a lot of ways, but it's actually a good little picture, but it's, again, much more of a minor key Hammer horror film that when you do actually see it and go and check it out with an open mind, you're quite surprised. It's actually quite good. And the makeup design is actually quite interesting for the reptile monster itself. And then again, going ahead a little bit, we jump up to 1967 and we get to the next entry in the Frankenstein series, which is where I think Hammer finally makes another film that really lives up to the promise of what Hammer horror started out as. I do think some of the interim films are very good, especially probably Plague of Zombies is probably one of the best ones of these in-between ones. But this one is one of the ones that I think is still horrendously underrated. And it's, again, Hammer getting back to making a horror film that's more about ideas and concepts. And that's Frankenstein Created Woman. The fourth in the main Hammer Frankenstein series. Peter Cushing returns as the Baron Frankenstein. And again, he's playing the same character that's ostensibly supposed to be in the sequel to Evil of Frankenstein, but in this film, he's probably at his most kindly and most seemingly good in character. So it's interesting to see Cushing play this character in all these successive films, and each one he has like a different tonality and motivation, and he comes across as totally different. And his pursuit in this film is not to create life, is not to build life. But this time he's actually trying to understand and control not only life but the soul itself, and to extract the soul from the human body and control and manipulate that itself to better understand the secret mysteries of life and humanity. And that concept alone makes this film take a complete turn into ideas of the metaphysical. And what it does so well is it sets all this stuff up, but it doesn't go into a territory where it becomes insulting to the audience's intelligence, and it doesn't actually try and answer these things. It leaves everything open-ended and then uses that as the background for a new story. And it gives it such a quality that it doesn't feel like a horror film. By the end of this, Frankenstein feels as if he has been. I think I dropped out there again. I think I'm back now. But anyway, what I was saying, Frankenstein basically, by the end of the film, his character arc, he's been much more grounded and much more humanized by this experience he's gone through in a sort of way. And again, it has this spiritualness to it that's extremely different and odd to be in a horror film. And it's so much so that other people have recognized this. This film in particular is a great favorite of Martin Scorsese's. He's talked about it before as one of his favorite horror films ever. And he also touches on this sense of spirituality that's in this Frankenstein film. It seems bizarre, and of course, the title deals with what happens in the story as part of sense experiments. Things happen, and people wrongfully die, and Frankenstein, of course, uses this to his advantage, as he would if you die or a body is presented around Baron Frankenstein somewhere, he's gonna find a way to use it. So of course he does, and he manages to extract the soul from someone right at the point of death and instill it into the body of the person who is actually their lover. So there's also a strange emotional connection in this new creation of Frankenstein's, who is actually a cross of the spirits and body of a pair of young lovers who both died tragically. So it's got that level of quality of a Frankenstein creation that is totally messed up on several levels, as all Frankenstein creations have to have that sort of messed up quality. But again, it's it just got this heart to it that's completely unexpected. And again, Frankenstein comes across as much kindlier in a strange way. And again, it's just the most unexpected surprise of all of Hammer films is this film, because it has a genuine heart, and it has moments in it that are of the horror variety, but it's not really a horror film. It has macabre elements. It has violent scenes for sure, and it has scenes that are semi-gothic in tone, and have that horror atmosphere. But it's not really a horror film. It is a striking piece of work. And of course, like the other Hammer Frankensteins, it was directed by Terrence Fisher. And I think with him directing all six, it's what kept them at this level of quality. Even no, I'm sorry, directing 5 out of the 6 because he didn't do Evil of Frankenstein. But that's what kept those that he directed at a level of quality, even though eventually by the last film, which was ostensibly the almost penultimate Hammer horror film when they had lost all of their financing, they're all great. So it also makes Evil stand out as being the real odd one out, because it just doesn't fit with the others. So yeah, Frankenstein Creative Woman is completely unexpected. If you've never seen it, please seek it out. The new Scream Blu-ray is the preferred way to see it, but it is an exceptional piece of work that is really not a horror film. So yeah, I that one just completely blew me away. I did not expect it to be anything like that. And then in the same year, we have 2 sequels. Actually, we have the next Mummy film, which is The Mummy Shroud, which again, I would argue every time they did another Mummy sequel, it was a law of diminishing returns. And again, I haven't seen the third and fourth Mummy films all that much that Hammer did, but they do seem much cheaper and much less inspired. But I do need to give them a fresh rewatch, so I do keep that in mind. And then next is the last of their Quatermass films. They finally came back to the Quatermass series and made the really good film Quatermass in the Pit, which was very hard to see for a long time. Scream has just done a great Blu-ray along with Quatermass 2 that I really want to pick up, because I haven't seen either of those in a very long time, because they've been in bad versions, or you had to import a PAL DVD or something. So I've been waiting for a good US version, but that is a really good film, even though of course it's much more on the sci-fi spectrum, but it's really good. And this to 1968 when we have our next wave of horror. This one is really well regarded, but has been in and out of print for a while. And it was subject to a Blu-ray overseas where they redid some of the effects that were never well regarded, but it's done in CGI, and a lot of people, myself included, kind of object to it. So I've been hoping somebody would do it on Blu-ray with the original version and original audio track. And Scream Factory is supposed to be doing a Blu-ray, which I believe comes out next month. And I'm hoping they do it with the original version, and do it with seamless branching. And since they've done that with some other titles and done all the extras and stuff, I think they might. So if Scream does this like that, it'll be the release go for, and that's The Devil Rides Out, which is a really good film. Um, and of course, dealing with essentially a Satanist cult, but it's a much more direct drama. But of course, the horror elements are all there, and in a way, it's kind of a departure for Hammer. Of course, it's based on I think it was Dennis Wheatley who wrote it, the original novel, but it's much more Hammer branching out and trying to do something much more literary based and much more serious and much more respectable. But if I remember correctly, it was just not very. Not as financially successful, so they really didn't repeat this experiment. But it is a very good film, and I do hope the Scream Factory Blu-ray has the original version. So they had to return to their cash cow, of course, at some point. So that had become the Dracula series, and it was also something that the American distributors, whenever they made a deal with Hammer, they wanted them to do a new Dracula with Christopher Lee, and this carried on, and is why they made so many, and why they kept getting Christopher Lee to come back, even though Christopher Lee really did not want to, especially after a certain point. But this was the first of the non-Terrence Fisher Dracula films, and is pretty much the best, because after this point they start getting progressively weaker, and they start trying to match other films in terms of gore, sex, nudity, violence, and some are better than others, but this is probably the strongest of the latter half of the Dracula cycle, and that's Dracula Has Risen from the Grave. I do believe Fisher was supposed to direct this, but I think he was ill, and he was replaced by Freddie Francis, who had done Evil of Frankenstein. This film does have great atmosphere, and it does have some interesting new things to it, and has some of the newer Hammer talent they had started bringing in their actor stable, if you will. But again, Dracula gets resurrected in a convoluted way, and then goes around, extracting his vengeance, and then basically it builds up to him having to be destroyed. So there's not a whole lot of plot going on, unfortunately. What is interesting and new is some of the newer characters being a bit different, and also what they do with the some of the legends. They play around with it, and something Lee objected to, but is really striking the first time you see it. And this isn't really a spoiler, because it's not the climax, but it actually happens like almost halfway through the movie. They actually manage to stake Dracula, but they add in this new element that whoever stakes Dracula has to basically recite the Lord's Prayer and pray with conviction to make it work and be finalized. And my favorite part of this movie, as ridiculous as this whole notion is the fact that the guy who stakes Dracula is a confessed atheist and cannot do this. And so Dracula does not die, and then literally pulls the stake out of himself and just like throws away, and then they're basically back to square one. And I absolutely love that. As ludicrous as that is, as much as that objects to all the Dracula mythos, I love the irony of that moment of the character. And then they just say, oh yeah, you have to pray. I have to what? It's like, I'm an atheist, I can't do that. So I love that. And there are one or two interesting new things, and Francis does some interesting stuff visually, because of course he had been a cinematographer, and was a great cinematographer, and went back to that actually after he directed for a long while. But unfortunately there's not a lot of plot development outside of Dracula gets resurrected and goes around and starts offing people, outside of that one cool bit. But of course it builds to Dracula getting destroyed, and then of course he'll be brought back in the next movie. But again, it's well made. It's competent all the way through, and it's good and solid. But unfortunately, it just doesn't have the real spark of the earlier Dracula films. But it's probably the best out of what was to come in terms of consistency. So again, it's not bad, but this is also another point where we're starting to see a shift where Hammer was again being driven by financial concerns and what partners and controlling interests wanted and things like that. They did do a sequel to She, which was Vengeance of She, which I don't think was a giant success. And then they went back to their Frankenstein series. And unlike what happened on the Dracula series, this film is even more daring than Frankenstein Created Woman. It's arguably, I'd actually say it's quite possibly the most daring Hammer film outside of the initial horrors being so groundbreaking. This film is ludicrously dark in tone, brilliantly conceived, is completely fresh in its ideas. It is definitely a film for adults. It has such a sense of doom throughout that it's really impressive. And again, what they do with this film and the Frankenstein character, especially coming after Frankenstein Created Woman, where they had established this brand new tone and it was like this strange, morbid positivity in that film. This film, they destroy it. And of course, it's Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed from 1969. This film, more than any other, shows Hammer actually hitting on to the emerging new American Hollywood Renaissance feelings of mistrust and breaking of censorship codes and breaking down of the establishment. If this film had been better realized for what it was and better promoted by Warner Brothers 7 Arts, I think it would have been picked up by the counterculture. Of course, not in ways like Easy Rider was, but it definitely actually fits in with that because it is so completely downtrodden and just scathingly negative. This film, Frankenstein, actually literally becomes not just an out and out villain, but so completely blinded in his own scientific quest for greatness and absolution and just his own personal gain that any and everything else is not just secondary, it's non-existent. And the first thing that actually happens in this film is a guy is walking down the street in the opening titles and actually gets his head lopped off. And that's the opening title. And then, essentially Frankenstein goes back to his secret laboratory and is discovered, but he's in a disguise. And so when Frankenstein is first seen, there's this visual metaphor because he's wearing this grotesque mask and just rips it off in a camera close up to show, Cushing as Frankenstein. And it's this visual metaphor right off the bat for Frankenstein has gone so far. He has far more than become the monster that he is associated with. He is the evil, demonic, monstrous force. And in this film, every single action that he does proves that. He destroys not only any chance of a future that he has, any chance for redemption, but he destroys not only the lives of everyone he encounters, but even their relatives and their loved ones. It is just an incredible piece of work and works on many different levels and is definitely not a film for children because it is so unrepentantly dark. There are suspense sequences in this that are so incredible that there are many sequences in the Terrence Fisher Hammer films of suspense that can rival Hitchcock sequences at some point. There's one in this film that is absolutely first rate, where there's a corpse buried and it's buried in the backyard, and a water main happens to break, and the police show up. And the poor woman who knows that it's there is totally losing her mind in this sequence that's built up. And everyone's going around, and then they're going around in the mud, and the all of a sudden the mud starts to go down as the water main is broken and is spreading everything everywhere. And then there's this one glorious moment where she starts to see the tips of the fingers of the corpse's hands start to come through, and it's just absolutely magic. This film builds to a climax that is not only genuinely emotional. Of course, Frankenstein creates a new creature in this film, but it is again tied to his personal quest and nothing else. And he essentially schemes to take the brain of a former colleague who went mad and a similar quest to Frankenstein and is confined to an insane asylum, and essentially repair the damaged brain and place it in the body of another, because locked away in this brain is vital information that Frankenstein needs for his own experiments. So it's for no other reason than his own personal gain, and whatever gets in the way be damned. So yeah, this film is easily the darkest Hammer film of them all. It is, it's definitely not the bloodiest. It's not the goriest by any shot. It's definitely not even the scariest, but it's scariest in its implications, and it's the darkest in tone, and it is scathingly nasty, and just Frankenstein is unrepentantly just evil in this film. And again, it is a complete 180 from Frankenstein Created Woman, and a complete surprise, and a truly great film that is unfortunately only marred by one thing that should not be there. And if you've seen this film, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But to describe it a little bit, essentially it was decreed that this film did not have enough to appeal to audiences, and it needed to have some sexy bits, and there was no place for this in the film whatsoever. So someone wrote up, and some of the producers insisted they shoot this scene where the Frankenstein character, just for no apparent reason, walks in, and the idea to insert a sex scene was to have a rape scene, which again is completely unmotivated and makes no sense, and no one wanted to do it. And Peter Cushing and Terence Fisher and everybody resisted, and they were essentially forced to do it. And so it comes up in the film, and it's never mentioned again, and it's also quite dark and quite horrific and everything because of what's actually going on. But since it's never referenced again, the only thing you can draw from it is somehow it's supposed to be some showing of dominance over this other character, that Frankenstein is trying to go to some physical lengths of exerting dominance to make them do his bidding, but it really does not belong in the film whatsoever. So when you do see this film and that scene comes up, just be aware it was really put there under protest, and some countries don't have it. I think it was only in the US cut, and unfortunately it's in the DVD and the Blu-ray and such. And I wish they had a seamless branched version without it, because the film works much better without it, because Frankenstein is not really motivated by that stuff. He's only motivated by his own ends. But it doesn't wreck the film, but it's really not supposed to be there, which is why it feels so out of place. But just so when you see it for the first time, and you get really weirded out by it just suddenly going into that for like 2 minutes and then it's never mentioned again, that's why it's there, because apparently that was the way to get a sex scene in there, which makes no sense. So Hammer was working along darker themes and finally breaking new ground. So when they returned to the Dracula series, they actually started in that vein. And this film starts off exceptionally strong, and that's 1970's Taste the Blood of Dracula. This was going to be without Christopher Lee, and Ralph Bates, who was a young, very promising actor who had started working for Hammer in other films, basically played a young disciple of the teachings of Dracula who hooks up with 3 men of Victorian prominence who go out for acts of nightly debauchery simply because they're bored. And there was, again, it was supposed to be much more about the hypocrisy of Victorian class culture. And the whole opening of the film is fantastic and very dark and very interesting and really feels new and fresh. But unfortunately, the Hammer had inadvertently sold this project to the American backers as being a Christopher Lee Dracula film, and so it was being billed as that. So when they realized this and they were told they had to get Christopher Lee in it, all this went out the window and they had to basically go to Christopher Lee and beg him to be in this film. And this was the first film where they had to convince him to play Dracula. So after the opening of this film, the Ralph Bates character disappears and all of a sudden it's just Dracula without really explaining how Dracula came back. And then it turns back into, Dracula goes around and kills those he feels have wronged him, and then has, of course, get destroyed by the end. So the whole ideas of the opening they're kind of still there because each of the men have children characters who are mistreated or abused in various ways, and Dracula affects them, and some of them actually are used as the agents of Dracula. So I think that ties back into how the original concept was going to be, but it really feels forced. And Christopher Lee basically just pops up at the end of every sequence when, the next person gets offed, and he has these great moments where he just pops up and he just is like, the first, the second, oh, my revenge is complete. And then he disappears again. So it's definitely ham-fisted in there. But if you see this film and you watch the opening section, you can see where they were going with it. So they were trying something different, and I do give them credit for that. And they were trying to do it without Christopher Lee, but they were basically kind of forced into it by their financiers. So it's understandable, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite work. And it was also the first one to get a harder rating. So I believe, and they also restored some things for the DVD release. So I think it did get an R rating on DVD, but it's really not like a hard R-rated movie. Then the next film, they rushed out another Dracula sequel. And at this point, they did a run of films that had a significantly lower budget, and it does kind of show. This film, they did get Lee to come back again. I'd argue this is probably the worst of the Dracula series. Because it's another where they tried to do a soft semi reboot. Dracula's in a castle again. He has a manservant, but who's different, but has the same name of the manservant from Prince of Darkness. The young characters who basically become the leads of the film are distinctly unlikable and don't really have much of a personality. The budget is really low, and some of the effects are horrendously bad, and like the laughable category. But Lee is fantastic as always, even though how Dracula is brought back to life is quite bad. This giant unconvincing mechanical bat flies in and just like vomits blood on Dracula's cape. Like it's really strange. But the opening sequence of Scars of Dracula is actually quite effective and very dark. The tone of this film is dark, but it doesn't really work. Its story doesn't make much of sense. There's several scenes that are extremely random. And it's also, again, sort of a quasi reboot, because basically you have the character coming to Dracula's castle and being seduced by the female vampire, and Dracula breaking them up, and the whole shtick that we come to expect from Dracula. So this is like a low budget quasi reboot, and again, it doesn't really work, and it feels very low budget. And again, some of the effects are quite bad, but some of the scenes are really dark and kind of grisly. And there is another element of Stoker on film for the first time. When one of the characters looks out the window, they actually see Dracula climbing on the outside walls of the castle like a spider, which is directly from Stoker. And that was really the first time you saw that in a movie. And that's the one really notable thing from Scars of Dracula, that it has the wall walking scene. But again, Lee is great. He's always great, even though this film has the most random scene in all of the Hammer Draculas, where the female vampire decides to seduce the guy, but doesn't try to attack him, actually spends the night with him. And then like the morning after, Dracula shows up, just stands there at their bed, and then stabs her to death with a dagger and walks away. It makes no sense. It's never explained. I have never understood that, and that is one of the most random things I've ever seen happen in a movie because it just comes out of nowhere. But also, there are elements of nudity that start to creep in here. This is the point at which Hammer started to try and amp that up to attract new viewers. So they were trying to amp up the gore, and they started trying to amp up the nudity. It didn't really happen as much here, and they never really went into full-on nudity, but it was definitely becoming much more of an aspect at this point in time. And this is really when they started the third period, where it became the long, winding, spiraling down. And again, these films do have their fans, and they do still have a charm to them because they are Hammer, and you do recognize some of the faces, and there is some of the original talent still behind the camera. But by this point, a lot of faces have changed. A lot of people have moved on or left, and but some really do actually work. This next one is another one that does not really work. This was the one Frankenstein film without Peter Cushing. It's not included in the 6 Cushing Frankensteins, but this is another attempt at doing a soft reboot of the Frankenstein series. And this is Horror of Frankenstein, where Ralph Bates plays Frankenstein, and it's sort of a remake of the story of Curse of Frankenstein, but in a comic, inherent camp humor infused tone. But yet he's doing all these horrific things, so it's a mishmash of tone that just does not work. Dave Prowse plays the creature that Frankenstein makes, so that's a notable thing for genre fans. And another reason why this film's known, but it's been in and out of print for years, and it's finally back in print now. Scream Factory has done a Blu-ray of it, so I do really want to rewatch it. This was the film that Jimmy Sangster. This is where he moved up to directing, which even he admits it's as a film, it doesn't really quite work because the horror and comedy elements don't really fit together. So yeah, it's the real oddball. It's not bad, but it just doesn't work, and that's what keeps it from really going much of anywhere. Like, there are some jokes in it that are interesting and things where you can see where they were going, but it's just really not very good. Whereas on the other hand, the next film they made was very much successful and started them on a trilogy of films, and that was The Vampire Lovers, where you had them adapting the Carmilla legend and bringing in Ingrid Pitt to her most probably iconic role. And they're amping up the nudity here, and they're also playing into a subtext of, well, not really a subtext, it's quite obvious, of lesbianism. So they're really playing up much more into the sex aspects and really making that a marketing selling point, which was successful, but it also made Hammer be viewed a lot less favorably by critics and general public audiences, and be much more labeled as, lesser fare, because they're actively just amping up the titillation factor and marketing these as sex charged and things like that. But Vampire Lovers is actually a pretty good film, and I haven't rewatched it in a while, but I am gonna rewatch it. And Scream did a Blu-ray. There's a couple good Blu-rays out there, so I think it's probably definitely the best of the 3 that they made of this. It's called the Karnstein trilogy, but it at least was a newer idea, and it works better than the 2 previous films that preceded it. Then they tried some other vampire ideas with Vampire Circus and a Countess Dracula, and then made the second film in the Karnstein trilogy with Lust for a Vampire. And I don't think they really had a spark of energy again until the next film, which was Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde, which I think is the film that takes the comedy horror aspects that didn't work in Horror Frankenstein and manages to polish them and make them work a lot better. Because the gag in this film is Dr. Jekyll turns into an evil woman. And so there's a sexual element, but it's also got an inherent humor to it. It's not quite it's not laugh out loud. It's not camp humor, but it does have some inherent camp to it that makes it much more entertaining. And it does have much more wit to it. So I think Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde is much more of what horror Frankenstein was trying to do. It's just much more successful at it. So that's actually a pretty good film that does have a better reputation and is well revered these days, and is going to get another one of those Scream Blu-rays. And then comes the last in the Mummy films they made, Blood from the Mummy's Tomb, which is definitely the least of the Mummy films and is the only one I've only seen it once, and it was a very long time ago. And I remember not being impressed at all whatsoever. But I think this is the film, if I remember correctly, I think this is the film where the director died mid-production, and unfortunately, and they had to get a replacement director. So, of course, that did not help matters very much. That this film did not turn out very well. But I do need to rewatch it because it has been an exceptionally long time. At this point, the Hammer wasn't really admitting it, but they were starting to get, some desperation, and they did the final of the Karnstein trilogy with Twins of Evil, and then had a giant success with a adaptation of a TV show, a comedy called On the Buses. So that was their biggest hit for years, and it was not a horror film. So needless to say, Hammer was kind of scrambling at this point. And that's when they turned to an idea that most people found laughable and Christopher Lee hated, but actually turned out to be a pretty decent film. It's not bad, even though the title's quite laughable. And that's Dracula AD 1972, where they brought Dracula into the modern day. And it's laughable in concept. It probably shouldn't have worked, but most films today, when Dracula is a character, they're modern day, so it's okay as a concept. And what makes the film really work is that they finally bring Peter Cushing back to the series, who plays the descendant of Van Helsing, and who thus has to fight Dracula in modern London. And there are various youth teen characters that become essentially the new cult of Dracula and are the ones who, inadvertently resurrect him in the first place. But it does have energy to it that has not been in a Hammer title for a long time. And finally having Cushing and Lee back on screen together in their eternal struggle is really fantastic. And it's amazing to see both of them back together again. And that alone elevates this film above a lot of what had immediately preceded it. So as silly as it should be, it actually works and is definitely the best Hammer film in a number of years. And unfortunately, this energy did not really translate to a lot of box office success and a lot of better films after it, because this whole kind of downward spiral for their horror films kind of kept going. And of course, the budgets kept getting lower and they were becoming less and less successful. And all the competition had increased to a point that they had to go out of their way to try and match them in terms of gore and sex. So it really showed up how desperate they were in trying to match some of that stuff. So then they had to do another Dracula sequel. And since AD 72 had actually been somewhat successful, they did a sequel and kept it in the present day. And this time it's much less of an out and out horror film, and it's much more of a semi-spy thriller, and it's The Satanic Rites of Dracula. This film has had a bad reputation for a very long time. It's very hard to see. It was not even released in the United States until many years later, until a lesser, I don't even think it was a full-on studio who released it. It was somebody bought the rights, cut it down by like 20 minutes, and released it as Count Dracula and His Vampire Brides. And then it was not properly copyrighted here, so it's been a public domain crappy release for years in various cut versions. This one really has the most leaps of logic of any of the Dracula films. It has sequences that just kind of come and go. If I remember correctly, it was directed by somebody who came from a lot of episodes of The Avengers, the classic British series. So it does, upon reflection, that's probably why it kind of has the sort of spy slash inherent surreal vibe that, of course, the mid to late series of the Avengers did get. Um, so I kind of get that, and even though this film really is not any good, I can't help but quite like it for some reason. Of course, Cushing comes back, and getting Cushing and Lee on the same screen at any time is just fantastic. I do like Dracula's plot in this film when it's finally revealed. He actually has something finally to do. And even though he's set up much more in the guise of a sort of Blofeld villain with an end of the world plot, it's very different and something new for Dracula. And it's quite bold, and it's finally something different than he shows up and gets destroyed at the end. Um, yeah, there's a couple good scenes in it, and Lee and Cushing are great as always, but the budget is even lower. Parts of it do very much feel like a made for television movie. It doesn't help that all the prints have been really bad over the years. Warner Archive did just do a Blu-ray of this and 1972, so that is finally the best way to watch the film outside of the old only official DVD that's been out of print for years. So you can watch it now and actually see it in decent quality, uncut. So there are some good things in it, and I do love Dracula actually having a plot finally. But the ending is the most anticlimactic of any of the Dracula films. Dracula's demise is like just it doesn't even make sense. They say, they added this part of lore that Dracula can be hurt or killed by a specific type of tree, and so there, of course, this tree happens to be outside. And what does Dracula do? But literally just walk through this tree that he knows is going to kill him. And of course, it doesn't finish him off. But I remember when I saw this movie for the first time, I'm just like, you mean he just walked through a tree with a lot of branches and that's it? Oh my gosh. And that's not all of it, of course, but it was just really anticlimactic. So yeah, it's definitely like scraping the bottom of the barrel, unfortunately. But again, it's not completely irredeemable, and check it out. It has some stuff in there that you will not expect, and some really weird stuff in there. So, but then 1974, they made a really interesting picture that's unfortunately it's talked about more now. It does have a better reputation now, and that's Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter. It was supposed to be the first of a series of films. It's basically a swashbuckling adventure period film that just happens to have some vampires in it. And it's really fun. It's pretty much a precursor to a lot of the more out there graphic novels and like goofy stuff like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter and stuff that we have today, where they just play with the vampire mythos like crazy. This really predates a lot of that, and unfortunately I don't think it really found its audience because it really didn't go much of anywhere, and it was supposed to be the first of a series, and unfortunately did not ever get a sequel. And it's actually a great little film. So 1974 also saw pretty much the last truly great Hammer horror film and like the last gasp. There are two other Hammer horror films after this, but this is really the one. This was the last film Terrence Fisher directed for Hammer. This is the actually no, I think it was also his last film period. Cushing returns for one final time as Baron Frankenstein, and there is an element of finality to this film. There is a poignancy to it, and it was actually one of the first Hammers I saw, and it's another one that really got me hooked on it because I just love the ideas in this film. So it is, again, the pacing is a bit more sedate, but it does definitely feel like they're actually saying goodbye in a strange way, and it has such a poignancy because of that. I really adore this film, and I do think it is underrated. It is better regarded today, I think, because people kind of pick up on that some. But Cushing's performance also has this poignancy to it. The basic gist and gag of this film is there's a young man obsessed with Frankenstein's experiments and gets found out for trying to repeat some of them, and he's sent off to a asylum, and all the other inmates are completely insane and it's completely corrupt. And all of a sudden the doctor of the asylum shows up, and it is of course none other than the Baron Frankenstein himself, of course going under an assumed name. And because he blackmails the corrupt warden of the asylum. He was able to fake his death and gets to do his experiments in the asylum and, use whatever patient he likes. So it does have, it's a return to the dark, inherent, morbid humor of Revenge of Frankenstein, which is such a welcome return. Cushing again plays Frankenstein again slightly differently. He's of course much older at this point, and there are some hints that he even gives of perhaps maybe even a touch of senility here and there, which is really, really interesting. And I think this film is so great that the ending is so fantastic that you could just easily picture a sequel in the same setting, because this is so much fun. It's also very dark, but also not like to the nihilistic dark tones of Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed. Again, there is much more of the charming humor that was inherent in Revenge of Frankenstein, especially, but it's also quite dark. Again, Dave Prowse plays the creature this time, but this time it's given much more of a simian-like quality. So that means in every one of the Hammer Frankensteins, the actual creation is completely different. So that's another thing that sets the Hammer Frankensteins apart. So again, I think for a lot of reasons, this is really the swan song of Hammer horror and the last great one they ever made. I do think it is completely underrated. It was cut in a lot of places, but it is out on DVD here in the States, and it's mostly intact. There is a German Blu-ray that's apparently uncut, but that's kind of hard to get. And I'm hoping Scream Factory does it on Blu-ray, because it would be really great to get the uncut version in HD. Because again, I think it's a horrendously underrated film that's exceptional for a lot of reasons, but most of all, it's extremely poignant because it's really Hammer horror saying goodbye in a lot of different ways, and not just that. Peter Cushing's last turn as Frankenstein, Terrence Fisher's last Hammer horror, and the last film he ever directed. Even though but in a way, because the budget is so low, it harkens back to the way everything started on Curse of Frankenstein. So basically, you can go from Curse of Frankenstein to Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell, and it's like they've come full circle in a way. And that's another reason why I just adore this film so much. And it does have a sense of itself in that way. So they could have left it there, but they had two more attempts that should be brought up, because this next one is really interesting. It really boggles the mind why they would choose to do this, and this concept should not have worked. But I actually quite like this movie, and that's The Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires, which was the last of their Dracula films. This was where Hammer decided, wow, kung fu's popular. The Shaw brothers know what they're doing. What if we got together and made a co-production? Okay, what do we do? Well, we have Dracula and Frankenstein. Oh yeah, Dracula's popular. Why don't we do kung fu vampires? So this is a movie about kung fu vampires. And inadvertently, they made a more entertaining film than most of the preceding Dracula films, even though this film has a lot of problems. Again, this film has Peter Cushing fighting kung fu vampires. Like that sells the movie in and of itself. Peter Cushing fighting kung fu vampires. And so it's a Hammer Shaw Brothers cross production. And you have kung fu vampires flying around with long swords, and Peter Cushing is in the middle of it throwing himself around. It's like Hammer and Shaw Brothers made a crossover that's also sort of a boy's own adventure at the same time. And yeah, a lot of the dialogue is pretty stilted, and Christopher Lee, of course, not in this film, but the bookends of the film have a stand-in actor who is horrendously made up to look like not Christopher Lee. He's got this thick makeup on and just a cape and like a full head of hair. It just doesn't make any sense. It looks horrible. And a lot of the effects are not very great, but then some of the super cheap looking effects are actually pretty cool. And again, you can't ask for a lot out of a movie that's kung fu vampires, but I mean, this film does actually reward a viewing. I did not expect anything out of this, and it actually kind of works. And in a lot of ways, I prefer Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires to a lot of the Dracula sequels that immediately preceded it, because It's got some energy, it moves, and again, it's Peter Cushing versus Kung Fu vampires. Like I can't say that enough times. Like that's how you sell this movie. It was released here under a different title. I think it was The Seven Brothers Meet Dracula. It was cut by about 30 minutes, and it that makes it make even less sense. Um, there's been various versions of it, but again, Scream Factory's just come out with a Blu-ray with both cuts of the film, and that's the way to go because it's actually a really nice Blu-ray release. So that is the last film in the Dracula cycle. And finally, the last Hammer horror was 1976's To the Devil, a Daughter, which was based on I think it was based on a book. Let me see. Yes, it was based on a book by Dennis Wheatley. So again, that's just sort of trying to go back to what they did on The Devil Rides Out, where they're using a literary source and they're trying to make look more presentable, I guess. And they got Christopher Lee to star in it, but it really did not go anywhere. And it was the final nail in the coffin and ended Hammer horror in 1976. So they managed to last far longer than anybody thought they would, and they were never intending to be known as the horror studio or to make a ton of horror films. It was just something that kind of happened by accident, but that's basically where it ended. And they did make some other films after that before the company essentially dissolved, and they did come back recently. So Hammer Films Group does exist now. They have made a couple films and have been sponsoring HD scans and restorations and making Blu-rays of the classic horrors over in the UK. So there is a Hammer that exists in this day and age, but it's basically a new company with the original name, and they bought the rights to the original properties and stuff. So I mean, it's cool that there is a Hammer nowadays, but it's not the Hammer that we all think of. But that basically ended once and for all in 1976 with To the Devil, a Daughter, which I haven't seen in quite some time, but I do remember it being kind of sad that that's the note they went out on. It's okay from what I remember, but it's not really great or anything. And definitely, really, after a certain point, a lot of people like to point to Rosemary's Baby in 1968 as being like a launching off point for like modern horror really taking off and starting to break boundaries. And I think you can kind of go with that. And if you look at Hammer's output, I think through the mid 60s they were able to stay on the cusp of being relevant pretty well. But really, after the turn of the decade, and especially in the early 1970s, as hard as they tried, they just could not keep up. And then, especially post The Exorcist and especially the Italian giallo horrors and everything that was coming in from Europe, and the more lurid they got. If Hammer tried to keep up with that, it looks silly. So they tried nudity, they tried gore, they tried everything. So they tried. I always have to admire them for trying, but I think they probably might have gotten a bit more respect, and probably may have gotten a little bit more out of it had they tried to stick to their original, much more their original intent and be more thought driven. But most people weren't really picking up on that back in the day anyway. They were just going in for the more lurid aspects, and of course, the lurid stuff is much easier to sell and, is much more appealing. So it makes sense why they were doing all this stuff and trying to stay relevant. But yeah, basically after, most people use Rosemary's Baby, and I think that's a perfect point, because that's 1968, and like right about there, that's about where. So I think probably the last Hammer film that was really like fully relevant was Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed in 69. But again, that was not really very heavily promoted. So, even then, Hammer was not like the name did not mean as much as what it once was, because there were so many other things. So that's my spiel on Hammer. That's just a very, very basic general overview. And again, I tried to mention some of the other non-horror titles that are really interesting, because there's a lot of really interesting other films kind of sandwiched in there between the others. So Yeah, so as Brian points out, yeah, Hammer Film started showing nudity in the 70s, and that was because they hadn't tried that yet. In the 60s, they started amping up the gore and the darkness in the later films, and that wasn't really working. So they were like, well, we haven't tried sex yet. We'll make the bosoms of all the dresses that are already like super low. Now we'll like lower them even lower because they always had the low cut dresses at to a certain point. And then pretty famously as they went on, they would get lower. And then by the early 70s, it was just like, well, let's just lower them all the way. Yeah, we can just show stuff. Um, so they tried gore first, and then they tried the darker themes, and they tried more gore, and then they added in the sex, and none of it was really working. Um, yeah, yeah, especially in the 50s, horror became the dorky stepchild. Yeah. Oh man, it was sci-fi and westerns. Indeed, that is a perfect analogy, Christopher. Absolutely. Um, Oh, Brad says early 16 millimeter prints didn't have the rape scene and must be destroyed. Okay. That would be interesting. Yeah. As far as I've always heard it, I think it was in the US prints, but it wasn't in the UK prints, or it was vice versa. I remember, I think the US prints had it, and that's why all the Warner Brothers releases have it, because they're based on the US version, I guess. And I think the UK version didn't have it, because I remember somebody had it and somebody didn't. But yeah, I wish they would put it out there as a branching option, because I really don't think it should be there. It does not fit at all. Um, Scars of Dracula was always showing on my local TV station in a double creature double feature. Oh man, like I don't know how I would have taken that as a kid. Like the moment where Dracula grabs a sword and heats it in the fire and then uses it to brand his manservant on his back, and when he has made him angry, I was just like, what is this? It's like, this is just like ridiculously dark for whatever reason. That it would be a hard movie to show kids, because you have the lackluster, feckless youth and the rampant sex buffoonery they get up to in the village, and the opening that's really dark where everybody dies, and some of the horrible effects and the low budget, and especially that scene where Dracula just walks in and stabs the vampire lady like 15 times and just walks off. That still never fails to crack me up, because it's just so random, and Chris Lee is just standing there like this and just like it's like, it's so random. But yeah, that would be a weird movie to show kids, especially. Um, Pete dropped in. Hey man, glad you could make it. Let's see. What used to frustrate me was that Horror of Dracula had never been on Blu-ray, and none of the sets would come with it, and then it finally came out. Yeah, it did come out in the UK first, and it was based on the BFI restoration, and they did that awful color grading to it where they went and colored everything blue, and I've always hated that, but I need to get it for the extras, so I'm finally going to import it. I've just stuck with the DVD all these years, which is a little bit too cropped, and it's based on an old master and it's too contrasty, but at least it's okay in color. Warner Archive finally put out a Blu-ray of it, but all they could do is just recolor time the UK version. So it's better, but it's not perfect. Like its problem is that if you look at it, a lot of the edges are too dark. So in a lot of scenes, it's not really, really bad, but if you like look closely, you'll notice like all the corners are too dark. So it almost looks like a silent film iris shot in some sequences, which is really kind of a shame. And the problem with Curse of Frankenstein and Horror of Dracula have been that they all say that there are no good elements, which is why the British Blu-ray of Curse of Frankenstein is so soft and mushy looking, and everybody hated it, but that's apparently the only good element there is. And then Warner Brothers hadn't done anything, and they just said, "Oh, we're looking, we're gonna do it. We can't find anything." And then Warner Archive just redid the British master. So If you were to get one, get the Warner Archive disc and then grab the British set for all the special features. The amazing find of the uncut ending from Japan that a fan went and found in a Japanese archive. Unfortunately, it's not on the US Warner Archive disc. It's incorporated into the UK Blu-ray, but they didn't do the editing very well. So it's like part of it, but it's not the whole thing. Because unfortunately, it seems like James Bernard's score was not fully composed to the uncut version. And the uncut version, without any cleanup, is presented as an extra, so you can just watch it and the color's much better even though it's faded. So at least the unfaded raw Japanese reels being scanned looks much better than the UK transfer. So it's a mixed bag. You need both, but the Warner Archive disc is better, but unfortunately it's not perfect. I mean, I'm glad there's something out there, but yeah, I don't know why we can't just do a fresh scan of whatever elements exist of both horror and Curse of Frankenstein and just start from scratch, because these are two of the most iconic horror films of all time, and horror films are popular. So I don't think they'll have a hard time selling these, but unfortunately nobody's done it yet. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Amicus. Yeah, Amicus started up, and if I'm remembering correctly, I think it was started by two guys who wanted to work with Hammer and then kind of got miffed, and then we're like, you know what, we're gonna go make our own company. And I've seen a number of Amicus films, but I've never been like like a diehard and gone out and seen all of them. And I really kind of want to now, because I know most of theirs are the anthology films. And then they would go out, and it was funny that they would go out and get Lee and Cushing especially. So a lot of people mix Amicus in with Hammer films, and because they're British and they have Lee and Cushing, so it's a Hammer movie. And I'm like, well, no, it's actually Amicus, But yeah, some of those have some really great, effective, memorable, chilling moments. But I'm not as well versed in Amicus as I am Hammer, and I'm really wanting to correct that now. But this has been a really boon couple of years for horror titles, because it's just like a lot of licenses have just opened up. So I know a number of Amicus titles have gotten good Blu-ray releases here and abroad, and it's a lot easier to import discs now, and some of those are region free, so you don't have to have a unlocked player or anything. So I really do need to really dig more into Amicus, but I do think it's funny how they basically were like trying to make Hammer films, but like do it different, and everybody just thought they were Hammer films anyway. Yeah, I do hope that Warner just gets off their butt and says, okay, we're just going to do a 4K scan on Horror of Dracula elements, and we're going to include the footage and try to do a better edit of it and make an alternate version. Because in Germany, I don't know how to pronounce it, but the Annulus or Annulus, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. But Annulus Blu-ray has been doing Hammer titles one at a time, and they're a bit pricey usually when you import them, but they try to make sure the aspect ratios are correct, and they'll fix masters and stuff. Kind of what Scream's been doing with their modern releases, but Annulus has done it for some that other people haven't. And they actually did another edit of the discovered footage. So there's but it's out of print now, but if you find it, their Horror of Dracula has the discovered footage, and their version is better edited and has more of that in there, because the UK version, if you watch the 2012 cut or whatever they call it, it has some of it but not all of it. And they had to do that to fit the score and stuff, but the German Blu-ray does a better job and has some more of it in there. So there's already another version of that. So, and to be honest, I was just amazed that it was actually shot and discovered and was not just, a legend, because it was always rumored that Hammer had, uncut versions or much gorier, raw Japanese exclusive export versions. And, most of us thought that was just a load of hooey or just urban legend or something. But it does apparently seem to be the case, at least on certain titles. And unfortunately, of course, most of the stuff is probably not going to be in existence, and the records as to what actually happened and was shot are not always the most complete and helpful. But it was thought for a long time this stuff was never shot, and it was just one fan's intensive efforts. Like, I think he posted on the Classic Horror Film Board like all the things he had to do to get into this archive, and he had to write letters, and he had to make multiple visits to be allowed access, and they didn't think they had anything, and then it was water damaged and it was incomplete, but they actually checked it, and sure enough, that was there. There was the additional beats in the seduction of Mina, and things like that we all just thought were just like urban legends. So I'm just astonished it was discovered, but I do wish it was treated better here in the States. But again, I'm amazed we got a Blu-ray at all. So let's see. Night of the Living Dead being the gap between classic and modern horror, and about starting the MPA system. Yeah, and of course it's the same era. I've just heard like various film historians and people point to Rosemary's Baby as a specific example when talking about Hammer, and because it's like right there at the right time period. And I think because Rosemary's Baby, of course, is a major studio release, whereas Night of the Living Dead was not, even though Night of the Living Dead revolutionized a lot of things. It was like formalized by Rosemary's Baby, because Rosemary's Baby was an A budget, highly promoted Paramount release that everybody saw and was everywhere and was like really big in people's minds. Whereas Night of the Living Dead took a while to build because it was not a big studio financed movie. So I think that's why they were using that as a direct parallel. But yeah, Night of the Living Dead, same thing, and exactly the same time period. So all this stuff was in the melting pot at the same time. So yeah, I agree with you completely, but I think the difference is that Rosemary's Baby was a big studio movie. Night of the Living Dead was not. But yeah, that would be the only difference. Oh my gosh, the glowing eyes is Curse of Dracula. Yeah. Oh, Christopher Lee hated all the contact lenses he used to have to wear and to give the bloodshot effects and stuff. He would describe in interviews how it used to be torturous for him in some of those, and it really hurt his eyes sometimes. So yeah, I can only imagine how bad it got in some, and yet another reason why he didn't want to come back. He did do Dracula in there was one film in between. He did the Franco Count Dracula, which was supposed to be, much more of Stoker's book, and that's what Lee always wanted to do. He was like, nobody's ever done the book. I just want to do the book once. And I think that's what he was sold on, and that's what it like purports to be. But when I finally saw it, I was so disappointed because it's like super low budget, and it's very much in the Italian school of horror, which I'm not really big on. And it was just like, it was really low budget, and it didn't make a whole lot of sense. And Lee has a white mustache for most of the movie. And Herbert Lom plays Van Helsing, and I thought that would be fantastic. And I thought the pairing of them, wow, that's such a great idea, and it'll be great. And then I saw the movie, and it was such a crushing disappointment. I'm like, oh man. But it does have one or two things from Stoker, so I don't know. It's not really a movie I can recommend, but I do know some people really, really like it, but it's not really good at all. He did do one other thing, which I believe, was a TV show. I think he was in like a, I want to say it was like a comedy show where there was a bit and he just pops up out of a coffin in a cape and stuff. So yeah, that was the one time after Satanic Rites that I'm aware of. Yes, the rotting head and Curse of Frankenstein in the acid bath, where Frankenstein takes the head and just takes it out of the burlap bag and just dips it in the bath of acid and then just lets it drop and, sizzle into nothingness. Yeah, that's one of the legendary lost bits, although they did find and restore the famous eyeball shot for the UK Blu-ray where he takes the newly found purchased eyeball and is examining it closely in his magnifying glass, which is a beautiful little shot. So that was the one piece they were able to put back in that they found. But yeah, unfortunately, no melting head yet. But yeah, it was all the little bits in Curse of Frankenstein that made it feel so alive, combined with Cushing's level of performance detail he always ascribed to. But it's all the little things that make it feel so realistic and what really make it so visceral. So it wasn't for me the fact that it was in color and it was red blood. For me, it was the workman-like quality that Frankenstein had to work at everything, that Van Helsing in Horror of Dracula sits there and methodically rolls out his little piece of burlap and he has his stakes in it and he has to sit there and lay it out and he has to hammer it over and over and over again. My absolute favorite one is in Curse of Frankenstein again, where Cushing is dressed and he's been doing all this work and his hands are all bloody and everything, and he's just got a suit jacket on, and without thinking, as anybody would do when they were working and their hands are dirty, he just wipes his hands on his coat lapels and goes on with what he's doing, and it just leaves these big blood stains. Like he was just working in a butcher shop or he was just a doctor in a surgery ward or something, and he's just like wiping the blood on his shirt or whatever because he's an absent-minded professor. But if you're like dirty and you don't think about it, you just start wiping your hands and then you're like, oh crap, I got oil all over myself, except it's blood. Just I love the little stuff like that makes it feel so realistic because it's like it's also, when you think about it, it makes you kind of chuckle in a way because it's got that sort of gallows humor of morbidity that I just love about the early films specifically. Yeah. Brian asking about the Franco Dracula. Well, I hope I answered your question for you. Admittedly, it's been a long while since I've seen it, but yeah, when I was really getting into all this stuff for the first time, and I watched all the Hammer Draculas in high school and for the first time in order, and actually specifically seeking them out and like trying to find the harder to find ones. And I'm like, oh, I got to see this one that Christopher Lee was also in. Jesus Franco's Dracula. Oh, this is the one, or sorry, Jess Franco's Dracula. Yeah, the one that's supposed to be like really stokery. And then I watched it on this DVD I got from the library, and I'm like, what the heck is this? I don't think the DVD was super great quality either. So maybe if I rewatch it on a better quality disc, maybe I'll have a bit better appreciation now. But I don't remember it being very good. You brought up Italian horror. Are there any that you like? Big Argento fan. I gotta say no. If I'm perfect, I mean, I've seen some, but it's just not really stylistically something I'm that much into. So, yeah, I guess I should try a few more, but it's just, I've kind of dabbled here and there. So, yeah, it's just not it's not really as much of my thing, I guess. I guess what we should do really quick, I think I set my box over here of Hammer discs. Hang on a second. Let's see. Where did I put this? Oh, here we go. I've got too many discs everywhere. Okay, so to do a quick overview of just the Hammer stuff I have on hand on disc, because again, this goes through multiple different distributors, and they've changed video labels over the years and things. So unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot across formats, but I will show the various titles that I do have. So on Laserdisc, I do have a couple. Warner Brothers did a couple of theirs, but unfortunately they were earlier on, and even though these were not anamorphic, they were usually 1/66 widescreen. So these are open matted versions, and they are actually quite rare to find. They did do Curse of Frankenstein in widescreen, but that's kind of a later release that's hard to find, and then did them in widescreen on DVD, which are good, solid DVDs and what we all had for years. But this is their edition of The Mummy, which, even though the cover art's kind of generic, It's actually a pretty good disc, even though it is 1:3:3 ratio. It is much more of a old school print transfer and does look pretty nice. Has a digital mono track, so it sounds pretty good, and it has the generic Warner rear cover, but the still choices are really nice. And just another really nice copy of this film that I adore. The Blu-ray versions of this are, of course, stunning, but I do have 3 in the Frankenstein series. This is the Columbia disc for Revenge of Frankenstein. This again is also open matted, so it's 133. The transfer on this is interesting because it's got really ridiculously rich color. I think it's maybe boosted a little too much, but it's super colorful even if you tone that down a little bit. Whereas the DD is a bit like kind of not really washed out, but it's definitely a lot less colorful. This is also the version that gets shown on TCM a lot of times. And I mean, the DVD is at least widescreen is a lot better. And, this one is actually finally getting a 4K restoration. It's going to come out in the new Indicator Hammer box next month. And I'm really looking forward to it because it's supposed to be a brand new 4K scan. So I'm really excited to see what this is going to look like in a 4K scan. But this is a really nice laser just to have because it's got this really great super saturated color. It's got PCM mono, but of course it's a DADC disc, and this one doesn't have any rot, but I think some copies could get rotted simply because it's DADC. This is the Universal disc of Evil of Frankenstein. Again, also unfortunately 133. It does have a digital mono track and pretty nice cover art. So unfortunately, a lot of the early Hammer discs were, of course, pan and scan or 133, and that's just what we had to live with. But this was definitely the best way to watch these films way back in the day, especially in the early 90s. And then eventually Anchor Bay started doing as their elite line, these really nice cleaned up versions on Laserdisc with letterbox transfers and some extra features and stuff. Of course, because they're later on and very collectible and desirable, they're usually still pretty expensive. So I only have one, which is the disc for Frankenstein Created Woman. And they all had these matching cover arts. So they all go on the shelf nicely next to each other. And then they used all of these transfers pretty much to make their DVDs, which, so if you get those, some of the early ones are non anamorphic because they're the Laserdisc masters. But they were also good solid DVDs, and some had even new extras. But this is a good transfer, PCM mono, but unfortunately, this particular title is defective. It's the LDDB says it's missing a minute, I think, around one of the side changes. I've only watched part of this particular disc. I just wanted to check out the transfer, but that's just something to note that this version is apparently missing about a minute of footage by accident. But the DVD of this that Anchor Bay did is fine and is complete, and it's usually what I watched for a number of years. And then the only other one I have is the Universal disc for Brides of Dracula. This is also opened up to 133, so it's technically an open mat. It's not pan and scan. And these films, the earlier ones, they still play okay in 133, even though it's not ideal. The transfer on this is pretty good, but it looks much more like the sort of dark, less colorful version you see on the Blu-ray set. And the reason why I never got the Universal Blu-ray set is because they messed up a lot of the aspect ratios and overcropped them. Whereas the DVD was fine, but it was on one of those tricky DVD 18s that always crapped out, and mine finally gave out, and I never replaced it because I got so mad at it. But the DVD had a really great transfer of Brides of Dracula, which apparently got destroyed in the Universal Vault fire. So that one's really colorful on DVD and looks great. And the Blu-ray is, it's okay, but it looks like very noisy and it's not as colorful. And the US version's overcropped, like a lot of the discs in the Universal Hammer Blu-ray set. Some of those are fixed on the UK version, some are not. Most of them are fixed on the German Blu-rays, but the German Blu-ray of Brides of Dracula is out of print. But Anolis is supposed to do a box set, I think, at the end of this year or early next year. They just announced of the Universal Hammer Horrors on Blu-ray, so I think you'll be able to get it again. So that should be better, and they go out of their way to fix the aspect ratio screw-ups because the US set is like cropped to 2:1 on a lot of those titles, so it's really too tight. And then over on the DVD side, I still have a couple of the ones that I had when I was first getting into Hammer and starting to dabble and things. And somebody has decided they're tired of me talking. I think by the time I hit the 3.5 hour mark, my dog decides he's going to start stomping around because he's tired of me streaming. So I better close down in a little bit. But anyway, to go over the couple of DVDs I still have. And again, because Hammer goes across so many different studios and it still changes from time to time. And I think Studio Canal just changed their licensing deal. So I think they've picked up the rights for Hammer titles in Europe. So I think the Blu-ray landscape may change over there. So these are the ones I still have. I still have my DVD of Hound of the Baskervilles, which was on MGM. And this pretty much, I didn't know for the longest time, they did a late release Laserdisc, which I think is the source of this version. So this is 166. I believe it's also non-anamorphic and has a couple of extras that are really cool. Just basically a Christopher Lee interview. And he talks about Peter Cushing, and it's really nice. And he also reads an excerpt from Hound of the Baskervilles, which is really great. So it's one of the few MGM old school DVDs that actually has some extras. And, it's still a good way to watch the film, even though just keep in mind it's non-anamorphic, but done up in their classic style for all of their older titles on DVD. This became my mainstay pretty quickly on because this is still a very good, cheap release that has good editions of 4 Hammer classics for dirt cheap. So this is the Warner 4-film favorites of their Dracula titles. This was a godsend for me when I was getting into Hammer very heavily in high school, and I was trying to get all of these titles. And then this guy came out, and I was so excited because I actually bought it at a Walmart, and it was like $10, and I'm like, wow. And this is still way before Blu-ray, so it was really cool. I think this was like 2005 or something like that. 2006 maybe that this came out, but it just repackages all the snapper case releases of these DVDs. So no real extra features, but they're all anamorphic widescreen. They all have original mono tracks and good transfers, except for Horror of Dracula is a bit overcropped on the DVD, unfortunately. Not badly so, not like the Universal Hammer Blu-rays nowadays, but it is a little bit. And of course, was my first in the double-sided disc 4-film favorites from Warner Brothers. So that was actually my first multi-package cheap DVD set. This one is a multi-package DVD that was not cheap. This was the aforementioned out-of-print Anchor Bay DVD that I bought at that Borders because I was just so excited because at this point, they'd lost the rights or Anchor Bay was out of business. So these were unavailable and titles were quickly going for crazy money on eBay. So after a while, Anchor Bay started reissuing their standalone DVDs in double feature sets for the same price, which was cool. And then they went out of business shortly thereafter. And then I only got one of them, and Hammer was just unavailable to me. And I was like, ew. So this is the only one I got back in the day. This is the double feature of Dracula Prince of Darkness with Satanic Rites of Dracula. And what's cool about this was the only official release of Satanic Rites of Dracula anywhere in the world until Warner Archive did their Blu-ray this year. So this little non-anamorphic DVD was the best way to see it for the longest time. And the quality on here is pretty decent. So it definitely not the worst way to see this film, and it was uncut in its original form. So this was the way I finally got to see it. And the Transformed Prince of Darkness is based off of the Laserdisc. It's non-anamorphic. It's definitely very old, but I still kind of like it more than the UK HD transfer that's DNR crazy and has way, way, way too much DNR in it. So this was still, for the longest time, how I watched this film, even though it's non-anamorphic. I just never had the Laserdisc, so I just popped this back in. So it's okay, but it's definitely not the preferred way to watch this. This has a commentary and a little Hammer featurette, and this has a episode from the old World of Hammer TV series. But it was really cool to be able to finally see Satanic Rites properly. And uh-oh, it's just on some good old flipper disc. But anyway, that's the only one of the Anchor Bay DVDs I have. I still have my DVD, Revenge of Frankenstein, and this is actually a good DVD. It's one of the good Hammer US DVD releases. It's from Sony Columbia, uses the art from the Laserdisc, and has a 1:66 anamorphic widescreen presentation. So it's one of the few Hammer titles in the correct 1:66 ratio. It's got an original mono track. The transfer is really good on here. It's just not as like bursting with color as the open matted Laserdisc, but yeah, definitely the film could look better, and thankfully it finally will on the Indicator Blu-ray coming out next month. But so there's that at least. Then we have, let's see what's next. Next up is the Paramount DVD of Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell. This was out of print for a long time, and this is the easiest way to see it in widescreen still, because Warner Archive now has it in print, and you can buy their DVD copy, which is the same as this one. So anyway, it's got this cover, which is pretty nice. Unfortunately, it's not fully uncut like the apparently the German Blu-ray is, but that's super expensive and I think out of print. So this is definitely the easiest way to check this film out, and it's mostly complete and anamorphic widescreen. And then it has a really nice commentary from not just a historian, but it also has Madeline Smith and David Prowse on here. So they share some nice reminiscing about nice memories about the film. So it's a good, solid disc. And again, one of the good US Hammer DVDs. And then I picked this one up not too long ago. This is before Shout did their disc of Vampire Lovers, but I picked up the MGM Midnight Movies double feature of Vampire Lovers with Countess Dracula. And again, this is a pretty good DVD. And the MGM cleaned up Vampire Lovers and put back in some of the missing stuff. So this was like the first time you could see the film properly on video. And they both have anamorphic widescreen transfers. And they actually both have a audio commentary with Roy Ward Baker, who's the director, and Ingrid Pitt is on there as well. So you get two nice commentary tracks. And again, Shout has done Vampire Lovers, and it's like the only one of their Hammer discs that's like much cheaper. I think it's like list price is like $14.99 as opposed to like $30. So it's a lot cheaper if you want that one. So you can get this in HD. And moving on to the Blu-ray side, of course, also got to include finally getting a Frankenstein Created Woman, but I do have the UK Blu-ray of Curse of Frankenstein. This is the one everybody complains about having the mushy transfer, but this is the best video release we've ever gotten. It's the most complete. The mushiness is because of the source, and I mean, it's better than the DVD. That's and it's super cheap. And if you can go region free, you might as well go ahead and get it. It's got some nice extras. It also has an alternative 1:33 presentation. At this point, Hammer was for some reason saying that 1:33 was the intended ratio, which it wasn't. But it's cool that they presented it on here. So there is that, and so yeah, it's not as horrible as people make it out to be. It is better than the DVD, but unfortunately it's not the greatest, but it is the most complete version because they did put back in the eyeball shot, and it does have a lossless mono track that also does sound better than the DVD track. This is put out by Twilight Time here, but this version had better extras, better encoding, and original artwork. So, of course, I picked up the Arrow Hound of the Baskervilles because, again, I adore this film. And it was amazing to finally see a freshened up transfer. This is miles better than the old DVD. It's not perfect. There are some print specs here and there, and it's definitely an older master, but it's night and day compared to the old non-anamorphic DVD. And it's got some nice extras, and it ports over the old extras very nicely. And it has this really cool, nice custom artwork if you want to display that, which is quite good. But every time I'm given the option, I always put on the original art. And then on the Dracula side, of course, I picked up the Warner Archive aforementioned Horror of Dracula release. And of course, it's credited as Horror of Dracula, but because it's just the British master, the title card says Dracula. Unfortunately, they did not restore the American title card, which I missed because I love this title and think it's a lot better. But again, this is Warner Archive redoing the British master. So it's better, but unfortunately not perfect. It still has lossless mono, but it has no extras and is just bare bones. But we finally got a Region A Blu-ray release, so it's better than nothing, I suppose. And then, like the Frankenstein Created Woman disc, Shout's first foray into Hammer was their release of Dracula Prince of Darkness, again with really nicely newly commissioned artwork, and looks really, really nice. There are a couple new extras on here. Unfortunately, this uses the European master that I said before, has all the DNR and has the, I mean, the color timing is probably, you know, what it should be. It just kind of looks really flat with all the DNR going on. But what Shout did was they went and did a brand new scan of the best elements in the States, which were at Fox. And it's a slightly different version because apparently the American cut has slightly different credits. But like the shot is different in the end credits, I believe, very, very slightly. But it's pretty much like a warts and all transfer. It's much darker. It's directly print source. Some of the color timing is vastly different, but it is so much of a more enjoyable experience. I think it's the best HD version of the film, even though it's not pristine like the European master that's all DNR'd to hell. So if I were to recommend the version, I would say get this and watch the US interpositive version, I think they call it. And I never flipped this around, but it does have the reversible or with the original art, which is always acceptable. So, and then last is ones I never intended to pick up, but they just popped up for cheap. So, of course, Sony licensed titles out to Mill Creek, which started out making really nice dual layered discs and then started doing double features and then just started cranking out titles like a lot of companies do, a multi-feature set. So they have done a number of Hammer double features, all from the Sony library, basically taking DVD era masters. So they're basically they're halfway decent, but a lot of these have been done better by Indicator and their Hammer sets. So these are okay, but they're not like truly great Blu-rays. But they'll do if you find them for cheap, and you know they are better than the DVDs. They are actually HD, so it's not an upscale or anything. But again, there are better versions out there. So of course I had to pick up the version with Revenge of Frankenstein, just paired with Curse of the Mummy's Tomb. Again, these are both HD, both with original mono audio, but unfortunately no extras, and they're not like very, very super well encoded. But you know, it's decent, and these are literally dirt cheap, but they are just standard Mill Creek discs. And again, these titles have all or will all be done by Indicator, because Indicator's come out with their fourth box. So this is a pairing with Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll and the Gorgon. And again, much better than the DVDs, but like not by a whole long shot. So anyway, decent enough, like nice, cheap starter discs, but definitely there are better versions out there. So that's all I have currently for my Hammer stable of sorts, but I have owned other versions in the past, and some I've loaned to people and unfortunately never gotten back, or I've of course rented tons from libraries and video stores and Netflix and just whatever I can get my hands on to watch every year. So that's what I currently have on hand, and I'm looking forward to getting a lot more of the new Blu-rays. I've been holding off for a long while in the hopes that these new transfers would make it over. So it looks like they're finally doing that. They're mostly coming out through Scream Factory, and there's still a number that you should grab from UK sellers, because there are some that are better discs in the UK or Germany or whatever. But yeah, if you play around with it, there are some really great releases out there. The best resource, there's a fantastic buyer's guide on the Blu-ray forums. It's literally called Hammer Horror Fan Buying Guide for US viewers, and it breaks down by title all the different releases, which ones are out of print, which one has extras and correct ratios, and compares the US ones to European ones. And people comment in there about other Hammer releases, but that is definitely the place to check out. And that is the best reference, and that's constantly updated by people just posting in there. And the main page is a direct list of everything. So that's where I've been able to finally cross-reference a lot of stuff. And because it's very hard to keep up with all this stuff, because it's between so many different labels. And just because one company released it does not mean they have the video rights or throughout every territory, you know. So anyway, that's where we are for video now. Thankfully, it's kind of come around a lot, and you know, you don't have to deal with titles being gone forever like they used to be. So there were some I had to see on like really bad versions for the first time, or I had to watch like a PAL version, or an Endure PAL speed up, or watch a bad version with subtitles or something, or a VHS copy, or you know, broadcast TV with a million commercials, you know, just trying to see all of these different ones. So, for some of them, it's been quite a long while, because I've just been waiting for better versions, and some are finally coming back into print. So it's been really cool the past like year or two for classic horror nerds that we're finally getting classic horror love shown in the HD realm, like really hardcore. So that's been like really, really nice to see. So, hammers are hard to find in Australia, with Horror of Dracula being the hardest. Wow. Yeah. I think in Australia, I think it's what is it? The Shock label. I think it has done Hammer, and I think most of theirs are supposed to be pretty good, but I think it's I think some may be like 1080i, but if you go on that Blu-ray thread, it's got all the Australia ones listed too, so you can like cross-reference and see which ones would be best for you in your own territory. But yeah, I know I think it's the Shock label's done a number of Australian Hammer releases, but again, it's not complete, so it's going to be whatever you can get. Need to track down the Universal Monster Blu-ray set that has the same packaging as the UK version. Oh man, yeah, I love that packaging. I can't bear to get rid of it. It's not worth very much, because you can still get it for like less than $20 on eBay. But and then like the original version came in an actual coffin box, but it was just, you know, this thing sitting inside a bigger box. But that was also pretty cool. Let's see. Do I like listening to Hammer film soundtracks? Yes, but there's not, unfortunately, a lot of like official releases. It's usually you just have to put the movie in and just listen to it, or it's like a re-recording, or like a fan attempt at making an isolated score out of like a multi-channel track or something. So I would absolutely love it if they were like full on complete score reissues on like some of the soundtrack labels, but you know, you pretty much just have to put the movie on, you know, or just like, oh, you can record the opening title and the closing title, and those will be like your cleanest music choices. But yeah, I like some more than others, but yeah, I mean, Bernard's Horror of Dracula score is just wow. And I like the Curse of Frankenstein. I love all the early scores most of all, because those are the ones I've seen the most, and I watch way too many times. Did you read Grease, Paint, and Gore by Roy Ashton? No, I haven't. I'll have to add that to my list. That sounds like a lot of fun. Have you ever thought about showing off your DVD and Blu-ray collections like the LD videos? Yes, I'm actually. That's what I'd like to do next. It's definitely it's a little bit lesser in size, so it's not quite as like huge as my Laserdisc have exploded to. But yeah, it's that's what I'm going to do next, and my record collection too, because I think that'll be a lot of fun, and I'll get to talk about a lot of different pressings and different issues and things like that just doesn't get discussed very often. So that's what I'm looking at doing next. So expect some stuff like that in the near future, hopefully, if I can get enough time to get that together. Um, Favorite Lee Cushing non-Hammer team-up film? Oh, man. Hmm. That's kinda hard actually, 'cause I kinda blend a lot of them together. I love them both to death, but I kinda wish there was, like, one movie where they just were able to play straight non-horror roles and just it'd be really cool if they had, like, a buddy movie once. You know, it's like it would been like a buddy cop movie before buddy cops existed, and it would've been fantastic. Especially if they did what they did in real life, because they were best friends in real life, and they loved, making Looney Tunes jokes, so they just did cartoon voices to each other, and, I would have loved to see them do that for real. Um, but, yeah, it's probably Horror Express, you're right. It's probably Horror Express. I do love when they got to interact with the other horror stars. So even though House of the Long Shadows isn't very good, the fact that you have, Christopher Lee and Vincent Price in there with Carradine is just like, wow. Scream and Scream Again is not a good movie, but it has Vincent Price and Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, even though they're never all in the same scene together. And that movie is a mess, but they're all in there. So they were all in a movie together. So positive that the DVD and Blu-ray stores must be so much better in the States. Oh no, they're like non-existent. Like it's used shops and like Best Buys and Targets have cut down so much. Like they're down to like only an aisle or two of new releases or whatever they've stocked for that week. Walmart's are the same. That's about it. Unless you're like in a big city and there's a boutique store, there's nothing. It's used shops and whatever comes in, or like a really cool like boutique video store, which are very very rare. So unfortunately, it's kind of becoming just all online shopping, online exclusive, which is ostensibly cheaper, but you don't get that personal experience, and there's very very little in stores even here. um One goes store called JB Hi-Fi. Yeah, I've heard the name before, so yeah, that does sound familiar. I've heard of them before. um Music collection, excellent. Oh well, hey, at least you got, you got a good music section at least. Most stores here, yeah, if it's not a dedicated like really well run mom and pop record shop. It's just, generic modern whatever's popular of the moment in a small little cubicle of an aisle. And then there's an even smaller movies section. And it's just like the newest 4Ks, the newest Blu-rays, some DVDs for $5, and that's it. Well, that pretty much does it for me here. I've gone through everything and spieled on for long enough. So, um, I hope this has been a informative and sort of fun run through of just Hammer horror in general. And again, this is totally off the cuff, much more general, and there are some great books and commentaries and writings by horror historians out there that go into exhaustive details. So by no means is this the buy all end all Hammer story, but just something I wanted to do because I did Universal last week, and Hammer is the other big name, and because there's so many titles to go through, I just kind of had to just go through and just kind of run through and just stick to chronological order and just go through as many as I could kind of cram in. So it's much more just um, general outlook and how I came to some of these and sort of my takeaways and what they were like at the time and like the overall consensus and stuff. So again, this is much more of like the ultimate sampler, if you will. So hopefully this inspires you to dig back into Hammer or rediscover some old favorites, discover new favorites, and yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to digging into some of these new Blu-rays that are coming out and getting to re-experience others I haven't seen in a while, or others I've been waiting for a better disc to come out before I rewatch them again. So that's another reason why I wanted to cover Hammer, because there's so many great new Hammer releases just here in the States alone. So that's really great that we're finally getting some again. So yeah, I probably better wind down here on my end. Somebody is telling me they have to go outside. I have talked for too long. um, but anyway, okay, got one more. Bought both 30th and 40th anniversary Close Encounters boxes at JB Hi-Fi, and with the boxes and books and stuff. And the 30th has the poster and has the theatrical poster. Yeah, I love that. It's such a great little release, and still got a good transfer even today. So I'm gonna hold on to that for a long while, because I just have the standard 4K. I didn't get the light up box. So I think the 30th box is just, it's a little bit more impressive. It's very simple, and I love the fold out poster that has the version differences. So that's a really cool handy dandy chart to refer to. So well, let's go do it for me. I want to just make sure everybody has a good week. Thanks for hanging out and talking, or letting me ramble on about horror and disc transfers and stuff. So as always, have a great week. Keep spinning physical media, and enjoy spinning discs, even when they tell you that streaming is the way of the future. Just keep spinning discs anyway. And as always, have a better one, everybody.